Welcome, Backloggery, to the future of PlayStation 3 and Windows XP.
Hard.
How many of you were using Windows XP when the PS3 came out? What was after XP? Was it Vista? Can Drum hear me? I don't think Drum can hear me. Drum, I don't think you can hear me. Drum, 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 drum.
Do I hear a try now?
Do you hear a try now?
I do hear a try now.
So now we have moved on from the future of the PlayStation 3 and Windows XP to the future of the PlayStation 3 and NES. What is this interface? This is not your usual interface. This looks like Steam or something.
It is like Steam. I've decided, since I am weirdly becoming more mouse dependent than I once was, and less controller dependent, I should stop using a track mode, and now I'm using something called Play Night.
Okay.
I originally got it because it's really good at these are computer games from like Steam and Epic and GOG and all of those all grouped together.
Whew, that's a lot of games.
And I can just launch them at a click, and it'll launch the launcher and then the game pretty seamlessly. So, and you can like filter by what you got installed, which is what I usually do.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was like, oh, it supports emulators as well. So I was like, I should probably move over to this just so I can use a mouse more and a controller less.
Interesting.
Anyway, good evening, Backloggery.
It was asked what is the program?
Play Night, NITE. It is free and open source, which I like in a program.
So yeah, I've been spending today putting my PS3 discs in one by one, making sure they're. I mean, Animal House was kind of skeptical if this news is even really true. I mean, I don't really know what the reliability of the source of this information is, but everyone seems to be treating it as true.
Like, I am not going to make any purchases yet, but I am preparing to make purchases once this is confirmed.
Yeah, well, I've been meaning to like get all of my PS3 games, like make sure they're all patched and good to go anyway. So it's kind of just a good excuse for me to go ahead and do that. And I also panic bought a few PS3 discs just because, like, I don't want the prices could go up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Welcome.
Especially for the stuff that is like all like.
Welcome, twin.
Like I bought the European physical release for Siren Blood Curse, which is like loosely a remake of the first Siren, but with some of the gameplay advancements of Siren 2.
Oh no, why would you do that?
It seems interesting. It seems interesting.
I mean, the one I played seemed interesting.
Yes, it seems interesting. There was a demo that I played years and years and years and years ago. But the physical release didn't come to America, but there's the only English version is European. So I ordered that because I bet that's going to get. I mean, it's already kind of not that cheap for a used game. So like I bet that is easily going to be hundreds of dollars in relatively short time.
So is your stream just going to be this loading screen?
No, it's not. I mean, as long as it's not impacting the quality. I mean, the PS3 download is so slow. Like, it is hilarious how slow it is. I don't know if this is true, but when I got the PS5 and Xbox Series X, one of the things that surprised me was how fast downloads were on it. Like, I don't even have them wired. They're just wireless, and downloads are like really fast. Like, you remember how when I downloaded Jackbox, it was actually like killing the stream?
Yeah, I think I do.
And that was actually happening on launch day when I was downloading stuff on the PS5 as well. And we couldn't figure out like why is the stream going crap? We thought it was just my internet being bad, which, I mean, I guess in some ways it probably was my internet being bad, but like I wasn't used to game systems eating up so much bandwidth that it affected a stream. And what I've heard, I don't know if this is 100% known or accurate, but apparently like the CPUs in Xbox One and PS4 are so bad that like that's the reason that the downloads can't be any faster, because they just can't like decompress the data that fast.
Oh.
So like the CPUs and the new systems like actually being respectable. I mean, the CPUs for last gen consoles were like apparently not very respectable even when they came out. But like the new ones are actually pretty good. It's shocking how much faster they are. But PS3 is just, it's so slow. I mean, look how fast a 45 megabyte patch is downloading right now.
Ooh.
But, most games I've been surprised. Like, I thought at some point I had probably lost most of my installs and patches for my PS3 games, and that seems to have not been the case, actually. Because a much larger percentage of games were already patched, but only a couple have been, like, drawn out patch processes. But anyway, let's switch to gumbo get you? That's the title on the Backloggery live notification. Gumbo.
It's really informative. People know exactly what they're getting.
I know. Well, you know, I mean, why not intrigue people with the mystery? Oh, so this morning, I was having a dream about where you and me and Lynn were in a Japanese restaurant.
I like it.
And it was kind of a weird layout where it was kind of like one of those Japanese restaurants where they like cook at the table. But
Hibachi.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I mean, you can get hibachi style food, you know, at places that don't do that. But yeah, I guess that's what it tends to be called. And it was kind of a weird layout though, because there was like this counter, and like the chef was behind this long counter, and there was this one single long bench that like went like the whole length of this room, and there were a whole bunch of people sitting at just this one long bench. It wasn't like going around like the stove like it normally does. Like it was just this long bench. And I was on the far right side of this bench, and there was a door next to me. And you were sitting on my left. And the chef comes in, and apparently it's like a huge honor that like this was like a big deal chef guy, I guess. And it was like a big honor that he was going to be like the one that was actually preparing our food. But he had this like mustache and beard and kind of long hair, and had this like kind of like samurai warlord vibe about him. And he was like really like intense and angry. And he's like, all right, does anyone here have a problem with raw fish in their sushi? And I'm just kind of like, kind of sheepishly looking away. And then you like slowly raise your hand and point over at me. And I'm like, ah! And I like, I'm starting to look away towards this door that's on my right. And then all of a sudden there's this really vicious dog that does this like mean bark, like point blank in my face. And then I just like jolt awake, and then like I hear Sandy like pawing at her baby gate. And then like I hear my security system beeping. And what I think happened was I think Sandy heard the beeps from the security system, and she barked. And in my dream, it sounded like a really mean and angry, but it did not sound like a Sandy bark. But I'm assuming that must be where it came from, where that bark came from. My security system was being dumb and giving me some error notifications that were not being cleared off properly. But anyway.
So your deepest fear is that I'm a narc.
A sushi narc? Yes, I know, Sandy.
How many monkeys you gotta go?
I mean, it definitely seemed like I was getting pretty close in terms of the number of boss characters left. This level has a lot of slowdown. I think it's because it's got a lot of fog. Oh, does the European version have different titles for the levels? I mean, there are definitely references in the English names too. I don't know what the reference in this level was supposed to be. Oops.
It's pretty good, boys. It's pretty good. Whoa, that was pretty bad. Wait. Oh, hey! I didn't know there was a treasure there.
Hi, Sandy.
I found new treasure try. Very exciting.
Oh, will you remember where it is?
How would I ever forget? Why did I do that? Oh, that works.
Sandy, are you a mean, vicious dog barking point blank in my face because I don't like raw fish?
That sounds just like her.
Well, she will bark point blank in your face, but not meanly. Siren resist the curse on PS2? What is that? Is that a particular edition of the game or something? Is a version of the game that solves Drum's problems with it?
That would be impressive. What button? Oh, okay. Clicking the stick goes underwater? But I think you just dive, you don't actually swim under, maybe? I can't remember already. Have you ever considered switching your YouTube channel over to a format where you just meticulously compare different versions of the same game? Because that would really help me out.
I mean, obviously that's Digital Foundry, but you know.
Oh, do they do that? I've never really checked out their stuff much.
Really? I mean, that's what I mean. Most of the channel is like, you know, current releases, but I mean, the DF retro stuff, I mean, John is unfortunately not able to dedicate anywhere near as much time to that as he would like to. But I mean, you know, the retro stuff is his passion.
Like before, like you guys started hanging out with them, my impression of Digital Foundry was always just like, oh, they're breaking down new console hardware specs and telling people, and I had no idea what they did like between new console releases and new graphics cards coming out and stuff.
I mean, there's a big misconception I think a lot of people have that like, oh, Digital Foundry is just all about console wars, you know, which is better, PlayStation or Xbox. And like, that's not what it's about at all. I mean, obviously, you know, the console.
Where did that cross come from?
Obviously, the console fanboys like take it that way.
Like,
But
I think at least back in the day, and probably still, that's what like got them in the news.
probably, but you know, the I mean the you know, it's really more about oh yeah, the Dragon Fighter. But it's really more about like kind of celebrating the tech accomplishments of the game. I mean, yes, when there's a multi-platform version, there's, you know, the resolution metrics and stuff like that. But for the most part, though, like, you know, especially when they do like a non-multi-platform game, it's like, you know, it's like, oh, here's how they pulled off these cool effects and stuff.
Bad dragon.
But yeah, I mean, you should check out the DF Retro videos. I mean, that's, you know, John isn't able to put as much time into them as he wants to, but like that's his passion.
All right.
I mean, he's done like, I think 50 some full-fledged DF Retro episodes.
Does he do just like Grandia 1, Saturn versus PlayStation kind of stuff, or is it like, oh, here's a re-release like of Star Ocean 1 original versus new?
I mean, I don't think he's done Star Ocean. He might have done Grandia, but I can't remember for sure. But there's like a lot of like sort of unexpected ones in there too that he's done. But you know, obviously he can only do so much because it's, you know, it's the current gen stuff that pulls in the money.
Yeah. Like I've seen like a channel named Austin something that he did some pretty good thorough breakdowns of like Star Ocean was one he did, which brought that to my mind. But yeah, it's like as someone who like often enjoys the original version of a game as opposed to a modern re-release, it's really hard to get like a good breakdown of like, well, this is what they added and this is what's different.
I mean, yeah, I mean, John is very good at analyzing like the little differences and effects. I mean, he notices all kinds of stuff. So you would like his stuff for sure. But a lot of it, you know, isn't. I mean, a lot of the DF Retro videos are maybe on games that don't have a lot of different versions. You know, they're just a game that he thinks pulled off some interesting tricks that he wants to, you know, take a look at. You know, but I'm sure you can find a number of useful videos there.
I mean, that just like old technical breakdown sounds interesting too.
Yeah.
Now that guy just left.
Yeah, definitely give it a good old look.
Welcome.
Welcome, winner bit.
Okay, I was worried that monkey was going to be crashing over the pit. Oh, really? The European version? I did think that the name, it was strange that they did not like localize the names in this in any way, because I'm pretty sure like I'm pretty sure Ape Escape 1 and 2 did not have Japanese sounding names for like the characters and the monkeys. but this one very much does. Like, the characters are Kai and Yuki, and the monkeys all have Japanese sounding names.
Oh.
Which I was not expecting, because I'm pretty sure they were more localized than the other ones. What's weird though is that Ape Escape 2 is published by Ubisoft in the US, and the voice actors for the main characters are just straight up Ash and Misty.
I feel like you've said that factoid every Ape Escape stream we've done.
I know, but I think there's people that were not seeing that on the other Ape Escape streams.
It bears repeating. It's a good factor.
It is. Oh man, what did I crash into?
Turn on the fan in here. It's
It's
starting to warm up.
getting a little warm today. I mean, I'm glad I wore shorts and t-shirt today, because it was, when I was looking at the high and low for today, it was pretty borderline, but
Yeah, this time of year in our neck of the woods, it's really tough to figure out what you're going to wear today. Ugh. Alright. Let's not blow this time really stupidly. Just like never stop throwing holy water. Which wasn't my problem last time. My problem was not starting to throw holy water quite fast enough.
I'm gonna get you, monkey.
Alright, here's the tricky part.
Oh, there's two monkeys right here. They're almost about to blow up. If only I could get both of them. I think there's one of them's going to take a turn though. All right, got one. Come on, come on. Come on, I'm going to get you. Oh, I'm going to get you.
I fell in the hole.
You know, this is something I was thinking about out loud on the MLig stream last night. Have you ever played a video game where, like, you didn't drive in a way that would absolutely get you pulled over?
Police Quest 1?
Have you ever played a 3D game? I mean,
I've definitely played games where I have attempted to drive in a way that wouldn't get me pulled over.
But it's just
But
like,
not for very long.
I mean, the controls in most driving games just don't seem tuned for that.
No, I would agree.
Like, the closest I can think of is Final Fantasy 15, and that's mostly because I rarely took control of the car and just let Ignis drive.
Oh, come on, Animal House. Police Quest 1 is good stuff.
Does LA Noire let you do that? I guess I mean, what I can't really remember exactly how the driving works in that, but like what the game needs is it needs to have like a really strong kind of like lock to the lane and like only let you like break out of it with like a really strong like push of the stick, you know? But like, have you ever played more of like a sim style driving game where you
Not in a very long time.
but have you ever played one where you felt like you were like the feel of driving a real car was really translated to the controller?
No.
It's like I have yet to play a racing game where it really felt to me like a real car. Like, I'm just so bad at controlling racing games in general.
I mean, I don't know that even like the really best of the best sim games do that, because that's why everyone buys a racing wheel.
Yeah, but even the racing wheels, like I have never used a racing wheel that really felt like a real car to me.
Yeah, like I think you probably need like a really good racing wheel to do that, because it needs to like have force feedback and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I've played like arcade games that have that, but
And
those are arcade racers.
Yeah, and even then they still don't feel like a real wheel to me. Ooh, look! Mojito is bananas over gumbo any day.
Oh.
How?
We got the stream for him. Getting my first vaccine shot on Thursday.
Whoa.
And second, April 22nd-ish, I think.
That's
Nope.
That's a
And
day after I get my first.
Yeah. I want to hunt down some gumbo soon after my second one.
Mm.
So you're getting your first in April?
Yeah. April 20th, I think. It sounds like yours are pretty close. Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be 3 weeks. My parents said it was supposed to be 4 weeks, and I think theirs are closer to 4 weeks apart than 3 weeks apart.
I might be fuzzy on my... Oh, welcome, Watkin Bot. I might be fuzzy on my second date. Oh, I cannot thank you for powering up right now. But I like to think powering up is its own reward.
How do you get inside this boat?
Thank you, MT Bonnie. Bonnie?
So wait, what? Yeah, well, that's a good question, Marquise. What did happen to Drumble? Why are you in level 2?
Are you really so focused on racing down that monkey that you didn't hear me wail about falling into a pit on the way to Dracula?
I was pretty focused.
Oh, wait, oh. Speaking of falling in a pit, woo.
But right now, I'm just trying to figure out how the heck to get inside this boat, because there's a monkey in this boat. There's a path right there, but how do you get to it? Can you destroy the smokestack?
That bridge with the big bats on it from level 1.
Yeah, I don't like
the
that.
The second one got me. The one that starts under you. I just don't have a good way to deal with him consistently. Which is kind of something you need on a no-death run.
I just don't know how to get inside here. Oh, well. I guess I'll go catch another monkey.
Didn't want to catch that monkey anyway.
Yeah. I still like how matter of fact her double jump voice clip is. She goes, "Yow! Yow! Yow!" I need to do some Michigan jumping.
Mm. Wow. I actually got tested for COVID over the weekend.
Oh yeah.
I had a sore throat on Thursday and Friday and Saturday. I was like, this is kind of not really a symptom by itself, but it's on the list, so I should probably be sure.
Where exactly do you go to get it?
I went to CVS. They have like drive-through testing.
See, I wasn't really sure how that was. I was picking up a prescription from CVS a few months ago, and I had no idea that they had testing in the drive-through there, and like I thought it was maybe for dropping off a test. I wasn't sure if it was actually where it was performed. But I was in like, you know, the person drive-through lane rather than the tube drive-through lane, right?
Oh, you go to a different CVS than me. I don't got no tubes.
Oh, okay. Well, my CVS has a tube lane and a person lane, and like I was waiting in the person lane, and then like I noticed that like that there was a sign set up for COVID testing on, you know, the left side, which is the person lane, and you know you could also get prescriptions filled, or you could just get prescriptions filled on, you know, either lane. And I was like, I don't want to be in this lane anymore.
Well, as someone who has done the test, and it did come back negative, by the way. They do it very smartly, where I would have no problem going through that drive-through lane normally. But you have to make an appointment, and like they like send you links to a YouTube video because you have to do the swab yourself.
I heard from someone who I believe the swab was, you know, given to them.
Mm-hmm.
I heard it really tickles your brain.
Yeah, I probably didn't go as deep as a given swab would have gone, but like the CVS I go to anyway. I don't know about yours. They have like the drive-through window is like completely enclosed, and there's like a security drawer that slides out. And they never used that before the pandemic, but now that like there's never an open window between you and the drive-through person.
Oh.
It's all through the security drawer.
When I went to CVS earlier in the pandemic, they did open the window. I don't think they were doing testing there yet. But they did open the window.
Anyway, they put a little packet in the security drawer. Oh, this bat pattern is all crazy. And it's got like a sealed thing with a sterile swab in it, and like a test tube vial and stuff. And so basically, they have you take the swab out, and the lady in the window was watching me, and she was like talking me through the test. And you stick this cotton swab up your nose for like 15 seconds and like swirl it around. And it really starts to make your eyes water after a few seconds. And then, kind of grossly, you take the same swab and you stick it in your other nostril and do the same thing. And then the tip of the swab is like perforated, so you snap it off into the tube with like the culture stuff at the bottom, and you seal up the tube. And then there's the drop box a little further up through the drive-through, and they give you like a sanitary wipe, and that you're supposed to like use the wipe to open the lid and drop the tube in, and use the wipe to close the lid, so you're never actually touching anything.
I mean, my impression is like a lot of tests are just like something that some people might have to do like on a weekly basis because of their job or something, not necessarily because they have a suspicion or reason to believe they might be sick.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the tests, So even though I when I noticed that window, I'm like, how badly do I really want my blood pressure medicine?
I was like 95% sure that I didn't have it. I was just being super cautious. But like when I got the alert that I could log into the website to get my test results, I was still sweating. Like when the time finally came to get the result, I was like, oh man. It makes me wonder where on earth they got a sore throat from, though.
I mean, it could be seasonal allergies.
It could be, but like I take an allergy pill and I don't have like post-nasal drip to my knowledge or anything. But I guess it might. Like I still don't know what my allergies are caused by, so I guess maybe they're worse in the spring. I don't know.
I mean, my allergies used to be worse in the winter, but I meant the fall seasons.
How could your allergies even get worse in the winter?
I mean, fall definitely used to be the worst, but now it's spring.
Like Lynn found out, I forget what the tree is called, but those trees that drop those helicopter seeds. She found out in the last few years that that's one of the things she's allergic to. Like I think that's one of the things she's most allergic to, and that's what the big tree in front of her house is.
Maybe you should cut it down.
I mean, I hate to cut down a big tree that I otherwise like. Also, that's like several $1,000s to get someone to do that.
I want that elevator to come down here. I feel like I'm forgetting a deeper swim mechanic in this game. But maybe not. I think maybe I drained this pool to get down to where those coins are.
Do you mean a move to swim deeper or a move to like pro strats? swimming?
I mean, both. I definitely. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought that there wouldn't be any. I thought that the slingshot would not be able to fire quickly enough for that lever to come all the way down. I thought it would.
I am doing a no-death run, hopefully. Which there is not a retro achievement for. There is a retro achievement for a no-continue run, which I got last week.
I'm surprised you didn't already have that because you were. Well, in Contra, you were saying you forgot about continues.
Yeah.
Aha. How does one get in there?
Castlevania does have infinite continues. Almost always.
The only one I can think of that doesn't, and it kind of does, is Bloodlines.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got a password system, but the password system remembers how many continues you had. So, like, if you got a good password without using any continues, then you could just start from that point every time with all your continues left. So you can definitely kind of game the system a bit. Let's do Wild West Kid.
Conburn, maybe if you're lucky, Try will cut back to the PS3 patching action if he has to go to the bathroom or something. Can you, like, auto-patch everything, or do you have to, like, manually do it one by one?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by. I don't know where you draw the line of automatic and manual. I mean, all you have to do is put the disc in the system and then hit triangle, and then you can say check for updates. And if there's an update, you can update right there. I believe it used to be at some point that you had to boot the game.
Pardon my manly scream.
I believe you had to boot the game for it to actually check for updates, but I believe that is
on this screen. What was that? Oh, I'm gonna die. I was already probably gonna die, but now I'm definitely gonna die. Ooh. Oh, no.
I mean,
Really
Steffi, the thing is, since like PS3 doesn't require like full installs in the way that current gen games do, like the PS3 has no way of knowing what all games that you have. So
gonna finish it just to get some drag practice.
wait, what happened?
Fleeman got me.
Oh.
The bats hurt me on the bridge, unfortunately. Otherwise, I could have powered through them.
This kind of reminds me of a part of one of the previous games. I think Ape Escape 1? Oh.
Cool.
I thought that was my one more.
Oh, a cookie for my thoughts.
Oh.
What have we here? Resident Evil 2 remake version.
Cool. Do you own that now?
I do. I have it on Steam. That was surprisingly cheap, surprisingly quickly.
Really?
I hope that doesn't mean it sold poorly or something.
I'm pretty sure it sold decent, pretty well.
Yeah, good thing.
I mean, AAA games get cheap pretty fast.
Mm.
I'm surprised for I guess maybe a digital sale that quickly, but man, what a game!
Sometimes I stop and think if like that is my new gold standard for a remake over the GameCube Resident Evil remake.
Yeah, both are.
It's a tough call.
But I mean, what is clear is that no one has ever done remakes as good as Resident Evil. Period. I mean, those are the two best remakes of all time.
I'm trying to think of something else from any other outside Resident Evil game that is anywhere even close. And I got nothing. Maybe chat has something. I got nothing.
Now see, I see Octanus here has a view that I have on rare occasions seen where, it's, actually Mr. X is a terrible mechanic. But like I could not more strongly disagree.
I have not seen this take before.
I've seen it.
I'm so shocked. I've died.
This is maybe only the second or third time I've seen that take. But
I would be curious to hear the argument here.
I mean, I'm not going to. Every unkillable enemy that stalks you is terrible. I don't disagree. I mean, I don't agree.
It's like, wait.
I mean, I personally did not even try to kill him. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, that honestly, like that is something that I feel Resident Evil does very well, is even the enemies that you can kill have this air of unkillability about them. Like when you see like what the boss looks like, there's always this feeling of like, oh my gosh, like how would such a thing even die, And I feel like the fear that there is this thing that you can't kill is a genuine source of fear and terror. And the way that Mr. X sort of makes your route through the police station constantly evolving is very interesting to me, because there's always this like debate of like, oh my gosh, like Mr. X is on my tail, but I left like 3 zombies alive in this hallway over here. That would be the most direct route. But like, I need to like take a chance and go this way instead because I'm afraid of those zombies, or there's a liquor in that hallway. The fact that you never have like one totally optimal way to get from point A to point B, I think is really interesting. That's what I love about it.
Oh, a terrible Drac play. Terrible.
Oh, look, my mom is the cyber ace now.
Going to make your dreams come true. It's called Cyber Ace. Since you're a girl, we'll call it the Princess Ace.
Oh, but I'm the Princess
Specialties
Ace.
are the electro pulse attack.
Well, that's more
Gir-
like
girls can't be cyber. She said, but since you're a girl, we'll call it the Princess Ace. Sorry, girls. You just can't be cyber.
I get your argument though, Octanus. Like, there's definitely a point especially in horror games, where the atmosphere of the game can break if you're poking at the algorithm too much. I've definitely played horror games where I was like, well, this is like, and that's especially a problem for horror, where like I didn't have this problem with Amnesia, but games that copied Amnesia fell into it a lot, where like if you get stuck in this tense moment and you're caught in a death loop, that like really ruins the entire atmosphere of the game.
I mean, I'd be curious, Octanus. I mean, not to spoil drum on RE3, but I'd be curious if you actually preferred how Nemesis was in RE3, because I thought it was a huge, massive step back.
Oh, garbage.
See, Octanus, I kind of have a feeling that Mr. X is actually having the correct effect on you. He's scaring you too much to finish the game. You're just not embracing it.
Did we ever decide if Dracula gets hurt more when you whip him in the face in his darkness of man form?
If he was boring, then I don't think you would be annoyed and turn it off for months at a time.
I mean, I get what you're trying to do here, but annoying and scared are not the same things as all. Or maybe they are in Tri-Country. I don't know.
Wipe out all the Morphic tilt.
I mean, I think you're maybe also thinking about a little too much in video gamey terms. Like, I mean, yes, at the end of the day, we all do know that there's algorithms and coding driving Nemesis, but like the way he was integrated felt like he really was like he really was moving through there and could be anywhere at any time. Like he felt like he was, with the way that the whole place was totally seamless, like it really felt like he was actually moving through there. Like it was for me, it was an extraordinarily effective element in the game. I mean, and I played through it with each character, and it held up with both of them for me. So,
I think for horror games especially, but like any kind of atmosphere-heavy game or story-heavy game, at some point it helps a lot if you like turn off your brain a little bit and meet the game halfway.
mm-hmm.
Like you can't be dissecting every little thing all the time and expect to still be impressed by the way a game is building in the atmosphere and stuff. Or at least you won't be impressed in the same way as someone who's like really given themselves over to it.
Right. I mean, you do have to shut off your brain a little bit, to get what you want to get out of a game, for sure. Like you kind of have to give yourself to the intent of what's going on. Like, man, I don't know, Octanus. You might really like the RE3 remake more. I think the one or two times that I did see someone say they didn't like how Mr. X was implemented into RE2 remake, they liked RE3 remake more.
Did I miss anyone in the chat throw out ideas for other well done remakes that weren't Resident Evil? But like on that tier of remake quality?
I mean, I guess like Final Fantasy VII Remake is the closest thing in terms of like a, you know, total overhaul of that, you know, quality. Although the direction of the gameplay isn't as to my liking as you know, RE1 and RE2 remakes.
Oh, Powered Up and Maverick Hunter are good calls. But yeah, also Capcom.
Yeah. I mean, Trials of Mana is also really good, but like the, you know, the level of production in it is clearly significantly less than the other examples, but it's still a really fun game to play. And, you know, I mean, just the core mechanics are just really fun to control.
Tilting the left analog stick and when stopped in midair, if you quickly release the left analog, it'll let you keep up. See if you can fly.
Demon, like I can't personally compare Demon Souls, but graphically it definitely seems like one of the better done remakes I've seen, though I hear people complaining about certain touches they made.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to any remake that's like that level of faithful, but also, you know, visually 100% overhauled, like, you know, the super fans are never going to be completely satisfied. I mean, I loved it, but I mean, it is, you know, it clearly has its own artistic direction.
Samus Returns. I've not gotten around to that yet. That is that like the biggest fidelity gap in a remake ever? At least in like a you know, high profile remake.
Possibly. I mean, I'm actually a little surprised to see people agree with Octanus there, because I also agree with that, but I feel like I see more dislike in general for the game than that. But I really did like it. I thought the counter mechanic was extremely well implemented, and that's a mechanic that like is often hit or miss with me in different games. I think one thing a lot of people harp on about, get down on for, is that it's 30 frames per second. But like on a handheld screen, I feel that for me personally, that's much less noticeable. Like just a smaller screen, like it's the gap between 60 and 30 is much smaller for me. I do agree that 2D, you know, side-scrolling games need to be 60 FPS as a general rule, but it worked totally fine for me in that game. And the counter mechanic and then that like smooth aiming that you can do after countering just works really well. And I also thought the boss fights in general were just really well designed. They got a lot of mileage out of those relatively simple, like, you know, different stages of Metroid designs. It's really good. But I hear a lot of people not liking it, but I was quite impressed personally.
I do feel like I heard various differing opinions on it when it came out.
I think one thing too that I think kind of soured people on principle rather than for its own merits was Nintendo's takedown of that fan remake project.
Oh yeah.
Rotate the right analog stick to generate wipeout all of it. Awesome! Now, are you ready to learn how to rotate wipeout all?
feel about that special move. Seems weird.
A little too Michigan. You're all the way up in Canada.
Mm.
Here I
You know, Steffi, I was thinking something very much like that earlier today. Because, hang on, it's cutscene time.
Spectre is somewhere deep in this area.
Ooh, we're getting into Spectre territory.
I think. If we can capture Spectre, then we can stop all of the broadcasts. Be sure to get him. Okay, gotcha. Oh, and one more thing. Tomoki should be with Spectre too.
That guy with the strange head?
I'm not sure what he's up to, but you'd better be careful.
Octanus, I would see those more as ports than remakes.
The specialties of the new electro tilt aim now.
But Steffi, I was thinking about earlier, you know, when I was checking the patch status of Dark Souls 2, you know, Dark Souls 2 came out when Drum and Lynn were in the process of moving here to the Charlotte area because, you know, the last time I threw up was when Lynn was staying here. Not because of Lynn in particular, but because of the macaroni and tuna that we ate. And you know, I remember I got sick, and I was just like, I felt so amazingly awful that day. And the next day was the day Dark Souls 2 came out. And I was like, still pretty wiped, but like better enough that I probably could have gone into work, you know, if there weren't a new video game coming out that day. So I stayed home so I could, you know, get I could go pick up Dark Souls 2 at Best Buy and play it that afternoon. And I mean, it just had me thinking like I was buying games for a system whose games were like still coming out and were still new, like when you guys were moving here, like, which doesn't feel like that long ago. And like, I haven't thrown up since. So how long ago really was the PS3? And here we are about to have its store taken offline. It's too soon. It's too soon. You haven't even given me a chance to throw up again, Sony.
I wonder what the timeline comparison is between the Wii and PS3 launching and stores going offline.
I don't know. I mean, you know, it was actually news to me. Like, I want to say I might have even learned it during one of our streams not that long ago, that supposedly you can still download games to your Wii that you have bought.
Yeah.
See, I did not know that, or if I did know it, I completely forgot.
I thought that was well known.
So you, although to be perfectly honest, like even if the PlayStation 3 lets you continue to do that, like it may as well not, because that store is so bad. Did you browse the store on actual PS3 today?
Yeah, before someone sent me a working link to the web store version. It was terrible.
I mean, how many times did it crash?
None, actually, but I wasn't on it very long.
I mean, it is so bad. Like it's unreal.
Pally, if you check my Twitter, I retweeted it at one point.
I'm not sure if you can buy anything on there, but I guess you can browse it at
like
least.
I haven't tried, but it like let you add stuff to cart and things, so it looked like it would let you buy. Stupid bat.
This transformation seems useful, but I don't think it's as fun to use as some of the others. It seems powerful, I guess.
Yeah, wishlist working was big for me too, Pally. Because there was some stuff on there I forgot that I was going to pick up from the PSN store, like the cheaper version of Monster Hunter 4. And Arcade Altered Beast.
Comburn, are you sure that Atlas didn't just like completely re-record the lines for those games? I kind of thought they might just completely re-record them. I mean, certainly for like characters like Teddy and Chie and Golden, I mean, they had completely different voice actors, so. So, I mean, those characters had to be completely revoiced anyhow. You know, one thing that is really weird to me, like I have not played, I haven't played Tales of Vesperia, but I got the Xbox One version not that long ago, and I guess they added new voiced scenes, and I don't know if the scenes are new, but I guess the voices are new to them, because people are obsessed with having everything voiced, I guess. Like I guess they didn't get the same actor for the main character. Because I think he's a much bigger deal now. I forget who it is, but
You're mine.
but
Troy Baker, apparently.
what for the main character? In Tales, I didn't think it was Troy Baker. Kanji in Persona was Troy Baker at first, but I think it was not Troy. I think it was still Troy Baker in Golden, but I don't think it was still Troy Baker in like the Arena games, maybe. Did they have to replace Igor's voice actor? Did Igor's American voice actor die? I thought I heard it. That sounds a little familiar, but I thought it was Japanese. There be monkeys flying here, and I haven't caught a single one of them. I hope I'll be able to go back. Ooh, extra life.
Man, sometimes I pause the game and try to interpret what the Fleeman sprite is supposed to be, and I can't.
It's a flea man.
I've just never been able to make much sense of it.
But anyway, like, so I guess the new scenes in Tales of Vesperia are a different voice actor, and like I feel like the inconsistency of that would annoy me. So I don't know what to expect. I mean, unless they did a good job. But like in Metal Gear Solid 2, like the HD version, they changed, I think, a few voice lines to account for the actually, I guess it's possible they could have come from the Subsistence version. I don't know if they were new to the HD version or not, because like Subsistence came out on original Xbox as well. But like there's for the most part, Metal Gear says, press the action button instead of like press, circle or cross or X or whatever the heck. But like when I played HD, I heard some new lines that were, clearly revoiced, and like Colonel Campbell's like just the recording environment just sounded different. Maybe I should transform here. With the ninja, or let's try the dragon fighter. Dang it! Got one. Come on.
Oh.
Dang it.
And
come on.
Apropos of absolutely nothing, Lynn and I were playing more Divinity Original Sin over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a really cool quick save system in that game that I've not seen anywhere else, but it should be everywhere.
Okay.
Like, you can tell the game, and it does the same thing with autosaves. You can tell the game, like, how many quick saves would you like to have? And, like, the default is 5. Mm-hmm. And then when you hit the quick save button, it, like, cycles through those 5 slots automatically. So if like, this is the game where I want 3 quick saves, or just 3 save files on tap in case something goes horribly wrong, you can do that and not have to, like, mentally keep track of where your last save was, or, even check the timestamp on the save file. You just hit the button. It does it for you. Love it.
Am I going to really have to make, like, 5 or 6 passes to get all these monkeys? I want to see an Imlig episode about bad modern attempts to do retro style graphics. An idea for an episode I have, like, I've got this idea that I want to reach out to, like, some indie developers that have done retro style graphics right. Like, specifically the sprite scaling aspect of it. And just, like, kind of make, like, a PSA video of, like, hey, indie devs, here's how to not, ruin all of the sprite artwork that you put all this love and care and time into making. If you're going to use non-integer scaling, then you gotta have interpolation. Maybe we can make a song about it. If you gotta have non-interpolated or non-integer scaling graphics, you gotta have interpolation. I'm sure someone could make it sound catchy, right?
You make interpolation an acronym.
Oh, there you go. Like, oh, what was that Saw movie?
Ah, shit. That's fine.
Was it?
Shit.
Was it? It was like the 8th Saw movie or something. They had that acronym that we were so excited when we realized that they were actually doing an acronym.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No. Whew. Oh, there's no meat up here. I gotta fight Dracula with one hit. Good luck with that, Leonia. It happens shockingly often.
Oh gosh, the Switch Dragon Quest ports are pretty bad, but that's almost like a case study all of its own. I mean, it's just that in I finally caught all 4 of these monkeys. It's just that in, you know, emulated collections and you know, indie games, this happens all the time. Like, and I don't understand why indie game developers aren't designing their sprite art for a square pixel aspect ratio. I mean, I know that's not truly authentic, but like, it would be the safest and easiest way to present your graphics well. But like, if you're going to have just do interpolation, just do it. Without integer scaling, then you'll need interpolation. Otherwise, your pixel art will be an abomination. There you go. Yeah, you see, you just got hired Doc Dragon to be your songwriter.
Well, everyone knows that.
Yeah, the real pros here. You know, I think he's onto something here. Is this like molten poo?
I'm not going. Oh, damn it.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure what else that could be.
Yeah, I'm getting telefragged by Dracula a lot here. Oh, jeez. I used to be better at avoiding that.
So what was your point of failure this attempt?
Dracula's first form.
Ah.
Well, arguably the Flea Man section leading up to it is what really did me in there.
Is there a reasonable heal before Dracula or not?
There's an unreasonable heal before Dracula. In the middle of the Flea Man shenanigans.
Oh yeah, I know where you're talking about. I mean that one is like so borderline. I feel like it could be very helpful, but
like there's definitely times where I would go for it.
If you're going into the room with like only 1 hit, maybe 2 hits taken, it's definitely not worth it.
Wash me. Ah.
Ah.
Oh, that was a bad place to kill him. You want to kill him at the exit of the screen. Oh. Wow. Like you definitely do more damage going up high.
Ah. Whoa. The dragon fighter definitely makes that spin around pretty fast.
All right. What am I? Here we go. Oh, if a mod wants to figure out how to do a prediction, we should do predictions on whether or not this is the run.
Whoa! Oh! Definitely pick up Threads of Fate, Pally. Vagrant Story, I have not played enough of to say one way or the other. I owned it for a while back in the day and just couldn't get into it. But I rebought it several years ago, hoping that it'll click with me this time.
What is Threads of Fate?
Threads of Fate is kind of a is a spiritual successor to Brave Fencer Musashi.
Ah. Whoops, not what I wanted to do. There.
I question how strong the Princess Ace really is.
Feels like something Try would know. What is the most recent system PS1 classics from PSN can be played on?
PlayStation TV, I guess?
Not Vita?
PlayStation
I guess-
TV is newer than Vita.
That's true. You got me. You got me.
That is provided you have a working Vita memory card.
Are those dying?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the larger capacity ones have always been like notoriously unreliable. I'm going to be trying to do PS3 legit for as long as I can, but like I've been slacking on hacking my Vita and PS TV, but like I've been intending to do it for a long time because I just cannot trust their memory cards anymore. And on, if you put custom firmware on a Vita, you can use you can take like people, they make these like Vita card. I have one. I've had one for a long time, but I just haven't been able to use it. These they're shaped like Vita game cards, but it's just an adapter for a micro SD card that you can use in a Vita. Or if you put custom firmware on a PlayStation TV, you can use USB storage, which is faster than the than the proprietary memory cards.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like they can't even pull that excuse that like, oh, we needed the speed, I feel like Microsoft, can make that claim pretty well, at least for the short term. That that they need to have their own cards to like, control the speed. Even though, Sony is going to be approving, M2 or NVMe, whatever you technically call that format, cards. You know, even though the PS3 stuff is faster. Oh, predictions started.
Oh. It has been done.
Why am
Whoever
I not sticking to the wall? I thought you just jump at the wall when you're in dragon form.
Okay, the question up top is a little unclear, but we're specifically talking about this run.
Oh, that's right, Sephi. I forgot that ninja and kung fu are separate things.
Ninja and kung fu are separate things.
Yes.
Oh, it's outfits?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, I guess, sure. Whoa, let's not do that. Oh, thank you, Marky. Again, we're going to cash this out after each run, so you're talking about only this run. People are saying no so far. Which is fair. Which is fair. I can't argue with that based on my performance so far, though I have been getting pretty darn close. Just, you know, I've been getting some good finesse going with the bats. I've been, you know, I need to figure out the Fleaman a little better.
I would need to do the same thing. I would need to get more comfortable with I was at one point relatively comfortable with the end of stage 4 and Igor and the creature. But I'm
if you got holy water, that's no problem.
It's been a while since I've been comfortable with them. I was when I was, you know, doing my not monthly runs. But every time I've played the game with since, I kind of lost whatever groove I had with them. That and I've never been comfortable with the bats.
Yeah, the bats I don't like. Like, last time I was able to manage them somewhat with the holy water.
Really? You can manage them with holy water?
The ones that start underneath you, anyway. The ones from above aren't really an issue. Oh, I guess we are going to have to close predictions at some point, so I guess you should probably go ahead and do that anytime now.
So do predictions have, like, actual, you know...
Oh, it's on a timer. Okay. Hopefully I don't die before the timer runs out.
Do they actually have monetary value in the sense that bits are money in a sense?
No. This is the bucks.
The buck... So bucks are not...
Bucks are not money.
Ah.
They are what people use to get cookies for your thoughts, though.
Also, is there any way that this is not just like a golden urinal, like with a glass wall with a view of the city, like in this room? Like, is there any way that is not what this is? And it's just got,
I think so.
and it's just got like a tube that goes under it, like above, you know, something. I mean that is what that is.
I want to say that is what that is.
I fail to see any way that that is not what that is.
Like, I love the idea of this, like, big shot businessman just like, I want to look out on the city while I'm peeing.
I mean, someone has probably done it. Maybe not with the glass so low to the urinal, but someone has done it. You know, and they also have, like, you know, a statue of themselves in the room with fire coming out of their butt as it spins around. I mean, that is also what that is.
That I'm less clear on what they're trying to message there.
I mean, he has a jetpack as well, but there isn't.
It's clearly not coming out of the jetpack.
It's not coming out of the jetpack. I mean, it's. I don't know if that hole is quite butt level, but it's close. It's close.
Too close.
I mean, and, you know, there is not another one of those. I mean, you might expect that.
Welcome.
Oh, there's going to be another one of those structures like around the room. It's just part of the design. No. Like, there it is right there. This is the one and only one.
Wow. Welcome, whoever that was. Oh, that bandage went high.
Oh, that there is a hole above. Oh, there's a I can see that there's a platform leading up to that.
Oh.
Whoa.
Should have went.
Is this
Should have
some
went.
sort of Rube Goldberg room?
I'm kind of surprised this room hasn't been the cause of any death tonight.
Yeah, that room.
It can be tricky.
I feel like that room should be fairly predictable. Like, I don't. If you do it the same way consistently, I don't think there's much, if any, element of randomness to it. But
I don't trust the fishmen. Sometimes they feel a little too random to me.
I made the monkey fall in the urinal.
But does that mean you caught the monkey?
Well, I had to go down and actually catch him.
Ah.
But they can't resist dancing when you make the genie dance near them. So
was that confirmation that it is in fact a urinal?
I mean, I didn't need confirmation.
If I beat this on like my first run of the evening, I might have considered going right to Zelda 2, but Since that has not happened, I am probably going to do boss rush mode and Curse of the Moon 2 if I beat this, or if I finish my run. If Try can switch to a 16:9 for me easily enough.
I can.
I
have a scene that is specifically for me playing a 4-3 game, but you playing a 16:9 game.
Me playing Spelunky.
Yep. That's probably what one of the background images is on that scene.
I like me a Spelunky turkey, so that's just fine.
Although it might have ended up changed to something else, because sometimes certain scenes share certain background sources, and sometimes I change what the image on the source is. So it might be something. It might be something that does not actually fit into the scene very well. We will have to see.
As a born and bred Southern gentleman, speaking of boss mush, do you like grits? Try.
I mean, I don't love them. I really. Apparently, I used to eat them a bit when I was really young. But
What, like a baby? Because they kind of remind me of baby.
yeah, as a baby, I believe.
As a wee lad.
A wee lad, I believe I am told that I ate them, but then like I don't remember that, and I never tried them again until relatively recent, probably the past 10 years. I was really into them for a while, and then more recently I've been less into them, but I don't think I'm eating the right. I mean, if you get good grits at a restaurant, they're pretty good, but like grits that like instant grits at home or something, like
Yeah.
I got pretty tired of them. But
even I've only ever had restaurant grits, and I've never liked them.
I mean, I like grits with butter or grits with cheese, especially.
I mean, if
Pretty
you
good.
take a base of any sort and you put enough cheese and butter in it, sure.
Well, I mean, I think we've had this debate before, and I said, oatmeal with nothing in it is also disgusting.
It is. You gotta flavor it right. I have had chocolate grits that I thought were gross.
I mean, I could imagine chocolate going with oatmeal more than I could imagine it going with grits. Like, I couldn't imagine cheese going with oatmeal, but cheese goes with grits.
I've heard of various kinds of savory oatmeal people like. I've never really dabbled in that myself, but it is a thing.
I mean, I feel
shit. Cash it out. This run's over. I just picked up a watch.
Oh gosh, the watch
right
is
before death.
the watch is actually, I think, pretty good for the bats if you've got the hearts to spare.
Oh, sure. Looks great for the bats. Yep, cash it out. Oh, I blame grits, as I do for most things.
But I feel like for for grits, you can. Oh, I guess I need to do Michigan jumping. Like when it comes to oatmeal, I feel like the additives for oatmeal are more like sweet. Whereas grits, I feel like you would add non-sweet things to it.
Sephi asked what grits are, and I don't know that I recall.
I mean, I think it's based on some kind of grain or something, or maybe corn?
It's just like mashed potatoes, but gritty and soupy.
I had, there is a traditional Southern meal known as shrimp and grits. Not a breakfast food in particular, I don't believe. I had it at a restaurant one time, maybe 2 years ago. And it was pretty good, I thought. This monkey needs to stop being a cybernator. Oh, the next prediction needs to come up, yes.
Yeah, better hurry. I might die any second.
You could. So you still don't think there's any way to have Cookie with your for your thoughts trigger a
Alert?
Yeah.
No, I feel like Twitch and Streamlabs wants you to be spending money if you want anything fancy to happen. I guess.
Whoa. The
Well,
ninja.
things just got interesting, people. Picked up an axe.
Nothing wrong with picking up an axe. I mean, I never personally dreamed of taking holy water all the way from level 1.
I think a good no-death run is defined by wanting to take something from level 1 and shoving up the final boss's butt. Oh, heavy bet against me right now. So if you bet yes and you win, you could win big. There's plenty of holy water on the way. I'm not going to be stuck with this axe for long.
What if no one votes yes? And I mean, do those bucks just go into the pit of oblivion?
I don't know how the actual payout is determined. I know they automatically weight the payout by how heavily each side was bet. but I don't know the details.
So sorry to disappoint. Mr. Spectre is no longer here. He's quite busy, you know.
Well, no matter. In either event, your broadcasting station is finished. Yeah! No use resisting. We have you.
Just wait until you see what we have in store for you. The Spectre TV project that you two tried to stop was just
Was that guy a
beginning.
monkey?
Our real
No.
focus is now.
He was working with Spectre
None
though.
other than the Double Paradise Plan. While everyone is helpless from our Spectre TV, we will launch from our giant base in orbit around the Earth.
Hold on there, Dr. Tomoki. That is quite enough.
Oh, right. Well, if it isn't my dear friend, Mr. Spectre. Thank you for your advice, sir.
Don't you think it's about
Oh,
time to take
oh.
care of these meddling fools?
Damage boost.
Exquisite idea. You just stay there.
That's how you know it's going to be a good run.
Indeed I will. Indeed.
I'm so sorry, but your time is now up.
Could this be the top of Tomoki Tower?
See, got my holy water. Everything's normal.
I don't know if that person that was talking about the PAL version of this game is still in the chat, but I'm wondering if the voices are British too, because
That's not fair.
they were saying that the character names are different. So
I need at least
they call each other by name in this, so I wonder if they have different actors.
Or to look at it another way, I'm showing respect to you both for making it this far. Huh?
It's from Aki.
I thought
Oh, I
you
got my
might be
triple.
able to make good use
Everything's
of the
normal.
robot and flying turtle about now. Use these in your fight.
No, it's the giant robot and the flying turtle. Of course.
Everything normal.
Here I go.
Do I have a choice of what I get in? I guess the boy maybe gets in a different vehicle.
Did you ever play that Legend of the Valkyrie game on PC Engine?
I did. I beat it during one of our marathons.
I was probably eating chili or something at the time, so I don't remember. Good game? Recommended?
I like it. I mean, it's definitely got a little bit of jank to it, but I think it's interesting.
There's a Namco collection that has the arcade version on it on PSN.
Ah. I mean, I think the PC Engine version is definitely like the main home port of it.
Is it like the only home port of it?
Uh,
Other than like Virtual Console?
it might be. I mean, the PS1 version, I think it's supposed to be pretty
Oh,
good.
there's a PS1 version?
Well, I mean, there is a collection on PSN, is what I mean. Like, I'm not sure the extent to which it is a port or an emulation, but it's like the only port of the arcade version in the US, I think. I can't remember how much of the arcade version I've played though.
Like from what I read, the arcade version has like some kind of like mana style catapulting around the world scaling effects and stuff.
Oh yeah. Those do look really cool.
But like the PC Engine version added an extra boss fight. I don't know if there was anything else added to it.
I mean, what's interesting is that there's like some magic spells that you can that really affect how easy the game is, and they can be easily missed if you don't know where they are. I mean, I don't know how it looks on the arcade version, but the PC Engine version has this spell that I think is just called Big. And you just become like a gigantic pixel Valkyrie and you stomp around and it's kind of amazing.
It's a good name for a spell. I like it.
Big.
Just big. Got deuced.
I was actually not expecting to beat him.
There's an explanation for this. I was on the monkey helmet research team with the professor. Then one day, during an experiment, an accident caused my head to, well, become like this. That's what did it. What led my life astray. Go ahead, laugh. I know you want to.
Oh, you poor man. Yeah.
Oh, Tamoki, your head.
Don't laugh at him.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Who couldn't laugh at? Who couldn't laugh at? Who couldn't
Uh-oh, the disc is skipping.
Who couldn't laugh at?
Uh-oh.
Who couldn't laugh at? 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 Who couldn't
Could
laugh
be
at?
trouble.
Couldn't laugh.
Uh-oh. Oh. Save. Yes? Can I make another save just in case?
Wow, that was weird.
Oh, now we're immediately going into Capture Spectre.
See, things are getting squirrely here. Sometimes the bats do what the bats want to do.
Are we in space now? I couldn't watch the cutscene, so... I think we're in space now.
Now that you've made it this far, you can use the warp when you want to save your game. Press the start button, choose escape, and you'll come right back here. Got it.
Okay.
Yo.
I generally think of this as the PS2 system that I trust the most in terms of its disc reading capability. So hopefully that is just an issue with the disc that could possibly be buffed out rather than an issue with the drive.
Do you have a SD card mod for PS2? Is that a thing?
No, but I do for PS1. I mean, with PS2, you can load games through the with a PS2 Fat, you can load games through the hard drive bay. With if you have like homebrew hacks installed on a memory card, which I don't know how to do the actual installing, but I bought a card that has some stuff installed on it already. But I'm not real sure the extent to which it's really reliable for all games. But for PS1, I mean, PS1 is like kind of like reaching the end game right now.
Like everyone's system's gonna explode or what?
No, in the past,
This got bad rapidly.
in the past year, uh-oh. In the past year, PS1 has gotten an HDMI mod, a new optical drive emulator that is much better than the one that previously existed.
So you're talking about the good kind of end game.
Yeah, and Corey actually just got his. This just came out, and I pre-ordered one from the next batch. There's a new memory card called the Mem Card Pro. My security system is making this beeping that caused Sandy to rouse me from my dream of you outing me for not liking raw fish on sushi. So I need to dismiss the notification, I guess.
Sushi hater detected in house. Oh wow, you can really hear that over Try's mic, or at least I can. I feel like, other than that really bad start to this level, we're doing all right here. Yeah, don't need to go up there. One more meet before the Hall of Death, so that shouldn't be an issue, and the rest of this level is pretty straightforward. Shout out to all my blue number ones in the chat for believing, keeping the dream alive.
But anyway, what's the latest thing is this Mem Card Pro that you can put a micro SD card in it, and it, can make.
Oh, the stairs.
You would have enough space on it to, have a virtual memory card for every single game. And in fact, what's so cool about these three things that, I'm kind of calling the PS1 end game, is that they even though they're made by like three different hang on, there's talking.
You'll need to bring the curtain down on Spectre TV to capture Spectre. There are 4 studios, and each one has its own control room. Hit the switches on the far sides of the. We're coming close to the showdown with Spectre. I'll kick.
But anyway, what's cool is even though the Mem Card Pro, the HDMI mod, and the X Station, which is the SD card loader, like even though they're all made by different developers, like they can all talk to each other. So like you can like actually like whoa.
Agreed.
You can actually.
Shit. That's fine.
You can bring up the.
I got scared by the fireball. I'm sorry, number ones. I'm sorry.
Anyway, so you like the menu that you can access for the HDMI mod to, you know, set your settings for that. You can actually like directly like access. You can like choose an option to reset to the X Station main menu directly from that interface, and the X Station itself can talk to the Mem Card Pro to like identify like what game is running, and it automatically creates a virtual memory card for the game that you're launching if you don't already have one, or if you do have one, automatically load the memory card for it. So it's, I mean, it's hard to think of anything else that the PS1 really needs, other than like, you know, I mean, it would be nice to have an optical drive emulator that let you keep the original optical drive. I mean, I do have one that lets you do that, and you load through the parallel port, but its compatibility is not as high. And my understanding is that because of the way that, you know, you have to kind of do some workarounds to even get that to work at all. My understanding is we should never expect perfect compatibility from the optical drive emulator that does that. So you know, it's pretty ultimate form right now. So it's pretty cool. But PS2, like, I would really like to see a dedicated optical drive replacement for PS2, rather than the, you know, rather than what we currently have going on with it. Because I don't really fully trust that. I feel like a designed solution would probably work better, but...
Octanus, PM me that link so I can check it out later. That might be fun if it is something workable.
If that is... Let's scout this out. I wish there were cookies here.
Same.
I did get a...
shoot me a Backloggery PM, if you would.
I did get another pretzel crust pizza today because I believe this is the last week that they are available.
I was so disappointed with my last one. I don't know. That, and we just got Domino's over the weekend.
Oh, really? One hit and you aren't a magical girl anymore? Come on. Man, you know what I was thinking about earlier today? How Clock Tower 3 is a horror game where you turn into a magical girl called a rooter.
Oh, yeah. Rooter.
A rooter? Man, what a game that is.
That was a weird one.
Oh, it's the water that makes her not transform. But I can still make it. Okay, cool.
Almost died on the Medusas in 2. In that pit part. It's always a danger. Would have been a crime because the betting is not over yet.
Well, Doc Dragon, I think that would be okay if they're designed for Slims first, because I've heard that the HDMI mod that is being worked on by the same people that did the PS1 mod is likely, not for sure. I mean, last I heard, they were considering targeting the Slim first with that. I mean, I would love to get an optical drive emulator in my original PS2 because it does not read discs, period, anymore.
That would be a good place to put it.
Yeah.
Oh, what the? What the? That is not loud. Stop that. And that.
I mean, I've got 2 fat PS2s. One reads discs, one doesn't. I've taken apart PS2. Actually, do I have another fat that works? I've got 3 Slims. I have a stupid number of PS2s for some reason. Did that open for a genie dancing or something? It does open for a genie.
Are you expecting to finish this tonight?
I mean, I appear to be on the last level. Cookies! Oh, I died just before eating a cookie. Oh no. That was game over.
Game over? Oh, just getting fleed here.
Yeah, I think I'll finish. Seems likely. I mean, I didn't get all the monkeys and
If a monkey, that's why.
I didn't get all the monkeys in Ape Escape 2. I kind of intended to, but then like I went back and got some of the extra monkeys, and then I kind of took a break, and just too much time passed, and I forgot the layout. Yeah, I just so I just. Oh man, really? The monkeys that I already got are down again.
Did they escape from the containment unit?
I guess.
Did the EPA shut you down?
Yeah. These games don't seem like games that would have limited lives, and gosh, I'm about to lose a life again. Although, to be honest, I don't think capturing monkeys is necessarily critical.
That seems odd.
In this,
If true.
well, in this level, I mean, I think I don't think capturing monkeys is necessarily necessary in this level.
Oh, just
Other than Spectre, of course. I need to capture Spectre. You know, I going into this series, I wasn't like expecting it to have like, you know, a Bowser or Robotnik equivalent. Like, I don't know why. Like, I just, for some reason, wasn't particularly expecting, like, a recurring main villain in this series.
Yeah, I could see why you wouldn't. Hey now, easy there.
Fine, I'll wait to transform.
Ooh.
That was not the flying kick I wanted. Okay. Kung Fu might have not been the right transformation to fight a monkey with a gun.
It's not what the movies have told me.
Dang it, I'm doing really bad. This level's kind of tough. Dang it! Do I have a 0th shirt?
Oh no. Oh. It's a weird random bat there. Come in.
Good evening, Backloggery.
Good evening.
Did you say good evening?
Good evening.
Guten Tag.
I don't quite remember what evening would be in German.
Knocked?
Nick.
Knocked
Knocked
is good.
night?
Is night.
Ah.
Good evening.
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 Are you making that up, or did you actually look it up?
I am more or less making that up.
Oh, okay. That drum has the fan on.
It's hot in here.
Hmm.
Or at least it was before you opened the door.
Yeah.
I thought you were intending to live the life of having no computer. I thought no computer in your room was supposed to solve all problems of heat.
Oh no, I'm still expecting to roast in the summer, but I will not be naked when I roast in the summer.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, so try. You mentioned last week about getting the vaccine in South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you already did, or?
I mean, I set it up, but I haven't. I mean, it sounds like Drum is going to have both his doses before I get my first at this rate. Actually, so,
Wait, really?
yeah.
Wow. I was just curious if do they like look at your ID and say, "Oh, you're not from South Carolina, you're not allowed to get this shot."
I mean, as far as I know, that it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, my grandma is at my parents' house, and you know, her residence is in North Carolina, but she's living with them in South Carolina right now. So, I mean, you know, you just got to go by where people live. I mean, what about, you know, people who, you know, are from another country but work in the U.S.? I mean, everyone's got to be eligible for it somehow, right?
I guess.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you can crawl.
Metroid can crawl?
Metroid can crawl.
What does Metroid crawl?
But I mean, seems like Drum was able to get a appointment faster than I was in North Carolina. I mean, I assume Drum scheduled it for North Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean, I just did South Carolina because my parents were like, "Oh, you can get it at the same place that we got ours." You know, it's like just a few miles down the road from their house, and you know they're familiar with the process and everything. So I thought, well, that I guess just the knowledge of getting it at the same place they got and knowing the process of how they did it and everything, you know, is worth it, even if it, because I think there was one other option for scheduling that came up nearby, but I mean, you know, I work at home. I am you know, an introvert. I can survive to wait a few extra weeks. Not a huge deal.
But what about movie night, man?
What about
Yeah.
indeed?
Japanese games were you looking at before PSN shuts down, Drum?
I don't know that I remember all of them off the top of my head, but The Adventures of Little Ralph was one of them.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a very dumb name for a game, but it looks very cool.
That one's it's like really simple. I have not played much of it. I don't think I've bought it. I'm pretty sure. Well, yeah, I know I haven't bought it because I never made my Japanese account until I started playing Dragon Quest X. But it's like it's a 2-button game. Like it's jump and attack, which is kind of unusual on PS1. I mean, it's very basic. There's not much to it, I don't think, but you know, it's a pretty looking 2D platformer for sure.
I would have to bring up my list to remember the others. Oh no! I did it again.
There's probably a few I should look into as well. My concern though with
Tried box time.
I recovered. I recovered. I recovered.
Yay!
but now you're oh yeah, that's right. Health recovers between levels, so
Just making you number one sweat there.
Making what sweat?
Now you're predicting whether or not I'm going to beat it this run.
Oh.
Alright. This is where... Yeah, probably. Whoop! No!
Oh.
That
Oh.
went bad quickly. Alright, Marky. This time, the bet is your choice. Either do I make it to the Bat Bridge or do I make it past the Bat Bridge? We're going to make it more interesting.
Only 2-player? I guess it wouldn't be surprising if they kept that tradition.
I do not know.
wait, what tradition? What?
Streets of Rage 4, is it 2-player or more than 2-player?
I think it's more than 2-player.
You want a lap, Bernie. As long as you don't bother Dad while he's in his no-death run, you can sit on my lap.
I should be fine. On level 1 at least.
Come here, Bernie. This is your lucky day.
Does Bernie get a lap?
Hey, Bernie, get a lap. This is what you wanted all day, you little loudmouth.
Oh.
Ooh, Jordan.
And he'll be on your lap for 5 minutes before he randomly gets up and goes away.
Yeah, it's true. Bernie likes his laps in small bursts.
He's really happy when he's there, and then he's like, well, I'm out of here.
He's like, well, I filled my happiness tank. I'm out of here.
Don't want to overfill it.
It's true. Who knows what could happen if you overfill it?
Spoilers, it goes into your reserve happiness tank.
Yeah, Bernie, why don't you use your reserve happiness tank sometime?
Maybe he doesn't have one. That's why he's so small. Ah, we're getting past the bad bridge on the bet. Already people going no. I've done it several times tonight.
I don't think Lynn heard my story of how I woke up this morning.
No, I didn't.
I was having a dream where you, me, and Drum were at a Japanese restaurant,
Okay.
and
In Japan or in America? Bernie?
I'm pretty sure it was in America because it was like, you know, it was like one of those like hibachi style, like make it. So it was sort of like a make it your table style restaurant, except it was laid out kind of weirdly where there was just like a long counter and then there was a back wall with like a long bench along it. That why is that monkey not coming out?
I did not dismiss it, Octanus.
But anyway, we were at this restaurant, and can the car go in there? How do I open that? So we were in this restaurant, and there was this long bench, and I was on the far right side of the bench, and there was a door to my right. Or a doorway, I guess, that was open. And
I did not scoff, my dude. What you think you heard?
a drum was sitting next to me, and this I guess some like big shot chef comes in, who like apparently it's like a huge honor, like, oh, he's actually gonna be the one cooking for us today.
Oh.
But he had this like mustache and beard and like long hair and kind of had this like samurai warlord vibe about him, and he was very angry and grumpy and kind of scary.
Oh no.
And he's like, all right, does anyone here have a problem with raw fish in their sushi? And I'm kind of like sheepishly looking away, and then Drum like raises his hand and points at me. And I'm like very like nervously looking away, and then like there's this very vicious, very angry dog in the doorway, and it like barks point blank in my face, and I wake up suddenly, and then I hear Sandy pawing at the baby gate. And then I heard like my alarm system has been giving me these beeping errors that I'm going to have someone come tomorrow to fix. But I think she was barking because it was beeping and she thought that maybe that means someone's at the door. I didn't hear her bark, but I considering I immediately woke up and there was this noise and she was pawing at the gate, I'm assuming she probably barked.
Probably.
Even though it was a very scary, vicious dog bark in my dream, but it did not sound.
Sandy is secretly a scary, vicious dog.
It did not sound like Sandy in my dream, But
So do you think she sensed that you were having a nightmare and started barking to wake you up?
I mean, it wasn't really a nightmare too much until there was a mean dog barking in my face. I mean, the sushi chef.
Maybe you were yelling in your sleep about sushi.
I mean, the sushi chef was pretty scary, but you know.
His paw is curled. It's like he's got a dislocated joint or something.
Oh, what is... Oh. That's how you get that monkey to go out.
Oop, forgot the water. Forgot to water my skeleton. That is one happy Bernie.
Sure.
Oh yeah, this. Oh, dang it! Wrong button. What are you coming up to me and woofing about, Sandy?
Wolf.
Woof.
Oh, what was that?
No, Bernie. Yarn is not for Bernies to play with.
What are you woofing at me for, huh?
Woof.
We have had plenty of fun times today, Sandy.
That seems like a better mummy strategy.
Better than what?
What I was doing before, concentrating on one.
Don't take my net.
The net.
Can't
Don't-
catch monkeys without a net.
Well, actually, I can.
It's impossible.
I can transform.
Into someone with a net.
Yep.
Maddie. Oh, I think she's downstairs actually. Oh.
Well, something had to happen on this level sometime tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really getting worse
pushing it.
every run here.
Maybe you should do something else.
Maybe you need to beat Contra 6 times.
Mm. You gotta watch out for those rogue fishmen. You never know when they're gonna come up.
Is this? This is where I can't end.
What's a Castlevania? Castlevania palate cleanser.
Where are monkeys? Monkeys are up.
Yo! Yo! Yo!
Huh. There be a door up here.
We're just gonna go back.
No.
Marky, feel free to get creative with your prediction.
Bernie, leave Lynn's lap before this run is over.
I'm all in on yes on that one.
I mean, it could be a really short run.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. Well, he is really happy right now, and I don't have a lot of experience with Bernie on your lap. On my lap, he will leave within like 5 to 10 minutes.
Probably.
Just thinking about it. Leaving, that sounds pretty good.
No, he just wants his paw on his pop. So he can
Full
have the best
cookie.
of both worlds. You got your little paw on your pop, Bernie.
It's got your little claw on your pop is what he's got.
Bernie.
Whoa.
I think he does.
How could I catch a monkey that big?
Oh, what could possibly catch a monkey that big? Will Trumbull beat death? Yeah, that's fair.
There.
I hate to see that. I'm just fine, but you hate to see it. It's like feeling around for a foothold. Oops, didn't mean to freeze that back there.
Oh, the poor thing.
Yeah.
I really need to be able to transform here, I think.
Speaking of vaccines, I was kind of baffled because a couple of our friends said they had to wait to get their vaccine because they'd just gotten the flu shot recently. And I'm thinking, who the
It's that in spring.
Exactly.
That is odd.
But flu season is basically over.
my parents' next door neighbors, they're older, so I guess the wife participated in one of the vaccine trials, and they contacted her to let her know that she got the real one and not the placebo, so she was good to go.
Bonus.
Yeah.
And
I would
then,
have been happy to participate in one of those studies, but I guess they wanted mostly older people.
oh, the monkey shrunk.
How can you possibly? The prediction's not even over.
Oh no. Well, I wonder if you can end it early.
What did
I
that
don't know.
door say? UBM Ultimate. Does that say bananas? Ultimate bananas monkey? Is that Special Assault Force Team Saru? Is that the name of this show?
Marky, level 2 death was always a possibility.
Was it? Well, I mean, there are the Medusas in that
Yeah.
one room. That is always a possibility.
Okay, we definitely need to step away from the Vania.
Time to start Christmas.
Oh yeah, you got me hyped up for how good it is.
I mean, Dry seems to think it's good.
You know, I was sharing drums some old I was digging through some old Backloggery files today. There was some nostalgia trips there, and I found my Final 20 banner, and Chrysalis was on the Final 20.
Oh. Man, to have a final 20.
Mm.
I also found one that I totally forgot about that was an Animal Crossing themed one with Blathers holding an unfinished medal. He goes, "Oh, these are becoming quite rare around here these days." Oh, Blathers.
That Blathers, a real cut up.
Sandy is not playtime. I don't know how to break it to you, but it is not playtime.
Play a little Dopey Dope's banner.
Oh, or you're gonna try to beat it with every character?
No, I was just dipping my toe in. Gonna get back to Castlevania.
But I mean, eventually.
I guess I might eventually. I have no real plans for this game.
Oh, you don't own it?
Don't you own it?
Yeah, I own it.
Lynn owns it.
I mean, I think it's probably worth playing.
I mean, I like Mario too.
Yeah, it's just not quite the same without the Mario skin.
No, I think it
Yeah,
has.
run play.
I mean, it's
Oh,
not.
God.
It's not as good, but I think there's a novelty to it.
Do I actually have to swap this over to side B somehow?
Yeah.
Maybe that will do it for me. Probably not.
Sandy, you don't need to go poop again, do you? Surely you don't need to poop. You're just fussing because you want to play, right? Let's see if you need to poop. I doubt it, but let's see.
How to flip?
That was in the regular controls. Like the game controls.
Yeah, that's what I thought I want.
Yeah, I think you just set one of your buttons to it.
Oh, it's just like an actual option.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
that on R2. And insert flip. There we go.
Yeah. So you can't run in it?
That is correct.
What the heck?
Oh no, disc error.
What? Oh, gee.
Yeah, there we go. I don't even know who's who.
Yes. Oh,
I think that's Peach.
And the blue lady's
Luigi.
I don't know. Bottom one's probably Mario.
Looks like Mario.
Oh yes, the loading screens.
Oh, the turnip grass is blue. It was on that screen.
Oh, I missed it. Oh my god, these sound effects! I forgot about them. FDS sound effects are kind of weird.
Is that her belly?
Maybe? Is she wearing a crop top or something?
Well, Sandy.
It almost looks like she was pregnant or something. She really had a gut, like a pot belly sticking out there.
What are we talking about?
It kind of, yeah, like even when she's not holding something, she's like looks like she has her hand on her belly almost. No, we'll wait till she doesn't hold.
Well, like when she's holding something, you can see her tummy.
Yeah, I'm saying when she's not holding something, look at her tummy too.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like it's sticking out also.
So Sandy did not poop or do anything, but we did get one of those wiry mayflies or whatever you call them inside. So that should entertain her for a while.
All right.
I'm okay with bugs occasionally getting in the house if they occupy Sandy.
But those are kind of creepy.
They're harmless though.
Are they?
As long as they're not actually giant mosquitoes like they look like.
Yeah, that's what they look like, but they aren't.
Whoa.
This actually kind of reminds me of the last area of the first game. Actually, I think all of these games end in space. Come to think of it.
It's a good place to end a game.
Yeah. Although, I often think about how interesting it is that, wrong buttons. I often think about how, how do you top Mario Galaxy, right? I mean, Mario goes to space.
Yeah.
All over space. How do you top that? And then somehow, in Mario Odyssey, somehow going to the moon and everything that happens, especially in the climax of that, somehow feels bigger than traipsing all over space to me.
Huh.
Yeah, they really spruced up the slot machine part.
Huh. I sure did.
Oh no. I mean, Duck Dragon, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, I think it's interesting that, even though going to the moon seems so small in theory, compared to, all the stuff in Mario Galaxy, but yet in practice, it somehow feels bigger.
Oh.
Oh.
Bleh.
How did you do that?
No problem.
Oh, you kidding? That doesn't protect me in any way? I'm getting really nervous here.
Wait, is there no Panto?
Oh, it probably doesn't start until you come out.
That was evil looking.
Oh.
No.
If you're gonna be Luigi, you might as well do the thing here.
Sure.
Whoa, watch out.
Ooh. I feel like her jump isn't as high as Luigi's. Are we sure it's Luigi? Oh.
I'm pretty sure this is Luigi.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Luigi.
There we go. Wait, does the music not have that extra part of the loop?
These monkeys are gonna get me killed. They are. It's. Ah! Honestly, I probably shouldn't be trying. I'm not going to go out of my way for the monkeys in this level. There's no reason to.
But they've escaped try.
But it's this really long level.
I'm sad I can't enter these mouths ducked down like I always do in actual Mario 2.
Oh, that was weird. Those are a weird looking mouths. Why did they change those two?
Here I go.
But it's a long level, and I don't think there's any reason to catch the monkeys because unless I was to catch all the monkeys for completion, but I kind of don't think I'm going to be doing that. Not anytime soon anyway. Because why would I 100% this one now when I fell a little bit short of doing it on 2. Actually, I didn't truly 100% won. Like, I caught all the monkeys so that I could fight the actual final boss, but
Whoa. Star music's different.
Oh, that's different. Oh, yeah. They did change it to Mario Star music.
Yeah.
Turn on the fan, off the fan if you're not hot anymore.
One moment. I'm being nintied.
Whoa! Close one.
mintied.
Ninjied.
Ninja.
Whoa, those mushroom blocks are weird.
Oh my god! They're clowns or something. This game is trippy.
I mean, you know, we're so used to Mario, but Mario's pretty weird too.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
It's weird. I've long considered most of these songs to be Mario songs, but they weren't originally.
Pretty sure they are Koji Kondo though.
Yeah, I think that's right. Cool.
I think we're kind of. Oh, fiber. Is it because I'm against the wall?
Oh, you might be. I've moved it recently.
I make the slightest movement that Bernie doesn't like. He gets up.
That was not my Bernie experience. Oh, that's dark. Alright, back to Castle.
I forgot to break my hand.
It's that chocolate one you don't like.
Ones won't kill me. Crap.
I guess all my lip balms are lip balms you don't like that you've given me.
Yes, that is accurate. That player game I just saw.
Bionic Commando. Japanese version.
Oh, I should have known. The name of the title.
Is the Japanese name Secret Command, or is that something else that I'm thinking of?
Top secret.
Top Secret. I think Jackal is Final Command.
I don't know Jackal's Japanese name.
I think that's what it is.
Doc Dragon is asking if you guys would ever play a Super Mario World ROM hack on stream.
Is it a Kaizo ROM hack? Because I mean, I don't have much interest in those, but if a director directed it, I would play it.
He did not specify.
I mean, who knows? Maybe if you did play it and were forced to play for 4 hours, you'd find something to love.
I'm sure I would have some fun trying to get by a level for 4 hours.
One level.
Yeah, one level.
One fraction of the level. Do we have to do to try to play a Pokemon randomizer plus Nuzlocke? I mean, if we get a directorship, we will do just about anything we have access to.
Was Driver Nuzlocked?
Probably not.
I like the spirit of it, though. I mean, most Pokemon games are so easy. Like, I feel like you have to come up with some kind of limitation. I mean, the past two that I played, Alpha Sapphire and Shield, I stuck to one type in those.
Yeah, that was fun to do, even as a fairly Pokemon noob.
Yeah.
I mean, you were just into it because it was a ghost, you know.
I mean, the Ghost type was extra fun, but that's why I picked Ghost type.
I feel like I had a hard time getting ghost types in that game.
Yeah, it took me a while to get a full Ghost team. I was kind of doing it the easy way and just using whatever until I got a Ghost for the slot.
Yeah. I forget how I did it. If I didn't allow any... I'm sure I allowed stuff in until... I mean, I don't think I totally settled on... Well, I probably settled on the type early on because, you know, of your starter Pokemon. But... What do y'all think of the look of the Diamond and Pearl remakes? I believe they are divisive.
I have not seen anything about them other than that they exist, and I don't have any interest in them whatsoever. So
I know they're chibi-fied, but
Oh,
I mean,
God.
they're not really chibi-fied though. They're just like they look like a DS game in 3D.
Aw. I guess the sprites in the original game were kind of cheapy.
Right. I mean, it's. I mean, they are pitching it as a faithful remake, and you know, I think some people are disappointed that all of the remakes up to this point have looked like the current gen Pokemon game, and this is it is very much to scale of the DS game. It is apparently very faithful. I mean, it definitely looks it. So, and Game Freak is not doing it because they're doing that Arceus game, which is kind of odd. Like they're like doing this like it looks like a large scale like Breath of the Wild esque take on Pokemon. Like it's a prequel.
Oh.
It's a prequel. Like it's like it looks like 1800s Japan Pokemon.
Aw.
Is it actually Pokemon or?
I mean, it looks like it's going to play by non-mainline rules. Probably.
Yeah, I knew there was like a Pokemon Direct I missed that I just never bothered to go back and watch.
I missed it too, but like I watched the trailers for those two games.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
That could actually be cool.
huh?
I said, now that sounds like it could actually be cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is like the next game that Game Freak is making. Like it doesn't. I don't think it's going to be a new Pokemon generation because it looks like it's going to play really differently. But like supposedly you're going through, I think it's Sinnoh, which is the Hokkaido one that was Gen 4, I think.
Maybe.
So that in other words, that's what Game Freak themselves are doing for Gen 4. As
opposed to not Game Freak.
Right, not Game Freak is doing the Diamond and Pearl remake.
Well, who's doing the Diamond and Pearl remake then?
It's someone that I don't think it's like a big name developer or anything. I mean, a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it looks like a mobile game or whatever," but I mean, it is very simple looking, but like, I mean, I kind of like the look of it. I mean, Diamond and Pearl is not like the most popular in the series anyway. Like, I personally have a lot of fondness for Diamond and Pearl because it was the first one. It was the first one that brought me back after like, you know, the first one. Like I had skipped Gens 2 and 3, and then like I played it, and it, you know, they gave me all the nostalgia feels for the. You know, I was like, oh yeah, I did like this stuff, you know. So I have a soft spot for Diamond and Pearl, but like the series hardcore that like never left it. Like I get the impression it's the least popular generation. Because a lot of people are like, just get the Gen 5 remakes over with so we can get Gen 5 remakes. Because like that I get the impression Gen 5, which I skipped just because I was I like once I got like Diamond and Pearl got me so back into Pokemon that I got a little burnt out on it. Because I like then I went back and I played Gen 3 and I played Fire Red and I played Heart Gold, and you know I then I like had too much, like I was just way into it, and then I had too much Pokemon.
Yeah, that tends to happen with me in Pokemon too.
And so I decided to take, I said, well, you know, a second generation on DS isn't that exciting. Like 3DS was already, like 3DS I think just came out.
Oh, wow.
I think it was already out, and I was like, well, I'm going to wait for the first like proper generation on 3DS. And then like I get the impression that, you know, that X and Y is not that popular among the series hardcore. And Gen 5 is like the fan favorite. So, you know, clearly I know how to pick them. and you know, I was like definitely excited for the first ever like, you know, actual console Pokemon. You know, and then, you know, I think Sword and Shield is, you know, not that popular among the hardcore either. I mean, I don't know how much it recovered after the whole like National Dex fiasco. I'm not really sure if its esteem in the community improved or not once it actually released.
What was the National Dex thing again?
It didn't have literally every Pokemon ever. You can't catch them all.
The nerf.
How dare they?
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care either. I already think there's way too many.
Oh, there are way too many Pokemon. I totally support. I mean, you know, here's the thing. I think something.
I thought Try was about to say, I totally support Pokemon genocide. There's too many Pokemon.
I mean,
oh, shit, back. God damn it.
Oh.
what I mean, I support the idea of, you know, it could be difficult to balance or whatever, you know, with as many Pokemon as there are, and I don't even know all the Pokemon anyway.
Yeah.
At this point, but I mean, you know, I support streaming it back. I mean, that said, like Sword and Shield, like to me, it definitely felt unambitious for a first Switch game. Like it feels like, you know, I'll admit it definitely feels like it started off on the 3DS because like a lot of the geometry and textures are really simple in it. Like it doesn't feel like it made as much of a splash as like the first console Pokemon should have. But you know, I still liked it. But I'm definitely interested whenever they do get around to remaking Black and White, because those do seem to be, I get the impression that's kind of the fan favorite.
Yeah.
Outside of like, I mean, there's always going to be the, you know, Gen 1 crowd. But like, aside from that, it seems to be the popular generation, but I was too Pokemon'd out.
I could see me going back and like grabbing Let's Go Eevee or Let's Go Pikachu. I feel like I heard good things about those.
I actually did get Let's Go Eevee because it was on sale for a pretty good price, Black Friday or thereabouts.
I didn't like the idea of the catching thing being like Pokemon Go.
I mean, I don't really know what to expect from the gameplay in it. Like, I guess it is streamlined somewhat, but I like the look of it. Like, I think it looks kind of nice. Like, just has a simple but appealing look to it.
Now, speaking of like not really knowing a lot of the Pokemon these days, I heard of a fun game the other day where you have someone drawing a Pokemon that's described to them, but they don't know what Pokemon they're drawing. You just pick like a random number from the Pokedex, and then you have to just describe it to them without them looking at it. But you're not like trying to describe it well. You kind of you purposely describe it opaquely.
I mean that sounds like cheating.
So if you get like Pikachu, you don't say, well, it's like a rat with a lightning bolt tail or something like that. You have to be more creative than that.
I don't think I could be that creative.
Yeah, I mean, is this game meant for people who know all the Pokemon or people who don't?
I mean, I think it works better if you don't.
I can't decide if it would work better or worse.
welcome, Mr. Dew.
I thought you were leaving us for Umbrella.
He said he escaped the lab early.
You gotta get out of the lab before the naked zombies come out.
It's true. You know what? Screw these two monkeys. They're the ones that killed me last time. I don't want to catch you anyway.
Well, you didn't want to catch any of them.
Well, I didn't say I was going to catch any, but I wasn't going to go out of my way. Oh, they've got a black monolith here.
Oh.
Okay. Is that
2001 Space Odyssey.
oh.
An extraordinarily boring but significant movie.
Oh, I heard.
The middle part's fine.
I mean, I haven't watched it since I was in high school. And I was, I was not, I do nothing about it other than it was like kind of, it was a bit of a landmark in special effects before Star Wars was. And like, so I that was all I knew about it. I was not like expecting like this like very like heady, thoughtful, ponder the meaning of existence sort of movie. It's very slow.
Sounds lovely.
Clearly must be ninja to fight Darth Vader.
Grandma, I thought you said you found it very boring.
But I liked part two. Or part two. The middle.
Don't understand that before.
Yeah.
I have heard some people say, maybe it was Corey, I can't remember. Some people say that I forget what was, there is a sequel to 2001.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is not, it seems like a movie that people would say the sequel is bad, even if they haven't seen it.
Is it called 2002?
It might be, I forget. I have heard it said it's better than people give it credit for, I guess. But I don't know if it's, I don't know if I would agree or not. But I mean, I would like to rewatch 2001 someday because I feel like watching a movie like that through the eyes of a high schooler is not really the way to judge it, I guess.
Yeah.
But
You might like the middle part. I've heard it's okay.
it's it was so boring though.
Really? I just strange gold Fleeman. Free invisibility.
What have we watched any Stanley Kubrick movies together other than
Shining?
Shining?
I don't think we have. Though I couldn't really name any others other than Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, I've seen Clockwork Orange on my own.
Yeah, me too.
And I can't think if I've seen any other. Like I've never seen like a Kubrick movie I loved. I mean, Shining was fine. Like it was. I mean, I didn't like love it, but I guess it's probably my favorite of his that I have seen.
Hell, Eyes Wide Shut, I have seen at least part of. Which I, wasn't really into that one either.
Yeah, I mean, Clockwork Orange was interesting for sure, but very, very weird. I feel like that's the kind of movie you'd need to see twice to really. I mean, probably most of his movies are movies you'd need to see twice. But I really liked AI.
Oh yeah, that was kind of Kubrick.
I mean, he was working on it when he died, and then like Steven Spielberg, I guess picked up the pre-production where he left off, and I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of Spielberg in it, but I think he was trying to stay somewhat true to Kubrick's intent. But I mean, I really enjoyed it. Like, that was a movie that, like, when it came out, like, I heard like it wasn't that great, and
A lot of people don't like AI. I thought it was pretty good.
yeah, I mean, I saw it for the first time like maybe like sometime in the past 4 years, and I was really surprised how much I liked it. I was not expecting to like it nearly as much as I did.
Sophie said the name of the sequel is 2010, the year we made contact.
Ah.
And we did not, in fact, make contact in 2010.
Or did.
Dun, dun, dun.
Apparently, Marky thinks AI was awful. Whoa! I'm curious. That is Marky's a Kubrick fan?
I haven't seen Spartacus or Doctor Strangelove.
I haven't seen those either. One of the things that surprised me about The Shining, with
It wasn't very shiny. It was weird.
as much of a reputation as Kubrick had for being a perfectionist. Like, there's a lot of very imperfect shots in that movie. Also, we got a zombie. What does that mean? Oh, it's a Patreon zombie.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too small. I can't read it.
Yeah, it's so tiny. Thank you, whoever that was.
Yeah, thank you.
They're probably not watching, but thank you.
Yeah.
This is a bad angle to be doing this.
Is Doctor Strangelove the one that's like how I learned to stop worrying and love the whatever?
Bomb.
Yeah.
Bomb.
That one has like a really goofy trailer, but that's all I know about it, really.
I have seen like a black and white picture of, I think, Doctor Strangelove,
Yeah,
the character.
I assume
and
that's him.
I think that's the movie where the guy rides the bomb,
And,
but I don't know if that's true or not.
and Kojima has used character names. At least one is at least stolen the name Strangelove
Oh yeah.
before. Yeah. He might have used other character names for the movie, but since I don't know the movie,
Hey.
Hey, thank you, Nye. 8 months.
Some good powering up right there.
Sure. Yes, it's the movie where the guy rides the bomb.
Uh-huh. See, now I don't need to see it.
Oh yeah. You know all you need to know. How old is 2001 anyway?
Mid 70s, like
About 20 years old.
Very funny.
Thank you.
Mid 70s, you said?
it's definitely before Star Wars.
Oh. I didn't realize it was that old.
Yeah.
I guess the having a year in the title kind of throws you off.
Well, the reason I watched it was because there's this thing called National History Day that my high school participated in, where
I
like,
think your high school made that up.
huh?
There's all kinds of made up holidays these days. Throughout.
Well, it's not really a holiday. I mean, it's a competition. That there's like, you compete in your school, and then you compete in your state, and then you compete nationally. And one year we did, one of the categories was documentary, because we were into making videos at that time, and we wanted to do
Wow.
one on the history of special effects. And so,
So then you made Koopa Force.
yeah. No, and so, I mean, obviously, we were big Star Wars fans. I mean, that's why we wanted to do that subject. And, what? Why no wall run? Maybe that's not a wall run. So anyway, I watched 2001 because it was on TV, and that was, kind of, something that we wanted to include in our project. And I was like, oh, it's supposed to be a major film in the history of special effects. And I was just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe how boring this is. Like, it just caught me completely off guard. I mean, there are a few 70s movies that definitely feel ahead of their time. And, Star Wars is one of those for sure. But like, goodness knows Drum and I love our 80s movies. But like 70s, sometimes I'm a little cautious to dabble in a 70s movie.
70s often really good, sometimes really bad.
Yeah.
And not in a fun way.
Like, I've said this before where I feel like there is like once you get to 90s, there's kind of this like baseline competency in like the filmmaking techniques where like even like the bad movies like, look good, are edited well, whereas like, up through the 80s, you never really know what like tier of production quality you're getting with a movie. And sometimes it's fine for it to be a lower tier production, but it definitely varies a lot more. Hopefully this is a forever checkpoint. The bosses seem to be their own level. If you die and continue, it seems like you can enter from a fresh level. Well, this is an FMV that's running smoothly, so hopefully that's a good sign.
Why wouldn't it be running smoothly?
Is this planet Earth? I can't tell. It looks like it might be upside down Australia, but everything else I'm not sure.
But now I think I'll just let you humans fight over it.
He was having a cutscene skip around or stutter or something on him. He had to skip it to keep the game from crashing.
Or I don't, it might have skipped on its own. I'm not sure.
Monkey got your tongue.
What are you talking about?
How thoughtful that would be.
You won't be able to live on the Earth if you do that.
Yeah, you're gonna bust up the whole planet. Can't fool me.
Oh, I was looking at Try's cutscene and didn't know Death was dead.
Is this a good run you're on now or not?
I haven't died. I'm probably about to, but
You gotta believe.
Hmm?
I said, but you gotta believe.
gotta believe.
I know. I gotta believe.
And stay out of the way.
Defeat and capture Spectre.
Look.
Hey, look, I'm on a mom platform. Actually, I don't think it's my mom because they were calling her Aki earlier. But I'll say she's mom.
It's Aki.
wish there were subtitles because I couldn't understand what Mom was saying. I think she was just saying my attacks won't reach it. Maybe I just have to survive a while.
Ah. Go over the mate. Go over the mate.
Ow. Can I jump up here? I can. Oh.
Not bad. Not bad for drag health. This is mine to lose now.
Okay, I'm back. I found a weak point in Gorilla. You can stop him from walking by shooting him at the joint of his knee.
Joint of his knee. There's a cookie. You know, maybe I should transfer.
Ah.
Wow! That started going faster than I expected. I want cookies. I mean, I'm only down half a cookie, but I still want cookies. Ow.
Yeah!
So did anyone bet on that run or not?
There was no bet on that run.
Maybe that's why you won.
Ooh.
The holy water actually killed him. I didn't know it did damage. I thought it was frozen.
Oh, did it? I didn't think it did the damage either.
Are you sure it actually was what did the last hit?
It looked like it, but
Well, congratulations.
woo! Alright, time for Zelda 2 run.
Yep.
James Banana, Christopher B. Rest in peace, Christopher Lee.
Oh, I forgot he was dead.
He's been dead for
Yeah, he's been dead for a while now.
yeah. Green strangers to make fun of.
Oh.
I don't know.
I guess they all have to be spoofs.
How?
I'm in Belmondo.
How am I supposed to?
Played the greatest role in this story.
Oh, that's for sure. Loop
time!
2!
Oh. That shot off that gear instantly. There's no way that's going to be the end of it.
Whew, feels good.
Angry! You'll get no mercy from me this time! How do you like this?
Out of curiosity. Yeah, you know, there's a retro achievement I don't have for doing the loop, so let's go ahead and do the loop. Not that much time left in the stream.
Finishing the loop.
Beating the second loop, yeah.
Oh, you keep your holy water from the first loop?
Mm.
Ow.
How about that?
Look at that. A bat in level 1.
Oh, is the loop actually different?
Oh yeah, that's hard loop. It's been a while since I've played a hard loop. I forget what all changes. Other than just bats everywhere, apparently.
Bad.
Let this be the end of you!
Ow. Cookie.
Cookie.
I bet you wish you were playing a game where cookies were your hell.
Well, sounds like a weird Castlevania game. Maybe Kid Dracula.
Are you implying cookies are for kids? I resent such a thought.
Did they have cookies in Simon Belmont's time?
Cookies in Kid Dracula's time, man.
I mean, Kid Dracula's immortal. He can have cookies whenever.
Oh, okay. Is that how that works?
Wall cookies.
I mean,
Ah!
Ooh.
Kid Dracula did come to modern times and Lords of Shadow 2 as in his adult form, I guess.
Lord of Shadow. Good lord.
No!
What? No. I'm not talking about. I mean, I'm joking about.
Oh, God.
I'm saying. I mean, assuming Kid Dracula is old Dracula. Of course, Lords of Shadow is like really its own continuity. But I've not played through Lords of Shadow. I messed around with it a little bit just to test Xbox backwards compatibility, but you know, it mostly takes place in modern day.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah.
It's different.
You know, I saw Lament of Innocence on the PSN store, and I'm like,
Do you have unfinished business?
I mean, I kind of do, but I don't know if I want to.
Is that, I know I keep asking this, is that the weird one that you can co-op or no?
No, that is the PS2 3D game.
Got him.
That's bad.
I mean, it's fine. It just the level design is really.
It's like, here, go down a hallway.
It looks like every hallway.
I can't seem to shake this feeling that I've forgotten something.
Yeah. What could it be?
Hey, Kay! What do you think you're laughing at?
Wait just a minute, boys and girls. Have you forgotten about
Flag
the
on the side of
rocket?
Dracula's
If we
castle
don't
that
do
you have to
something, the
fill
Earth
up.
will be split in two.
Oh, right!
Not to worry, though. Who better to stop the chop rocket than I, its creator? There is a spacecraft down on the lower deck. You two can use it to get back to Earth. Hurry now. Go. There's no time.
Okay, we're relying on you!
See you later, wig dude.
See you later, wig dude.
Is that what they actually said?
Yeah.
Wow.
See you later, wig dude.
Once the rocket has been engaged, it cannot be stopped. Unless, that is, I use the self-destruct system that's mounted in this space
Maddie,
station.
you're a little early to be begging for food.
That was pretty standard for Maddie.
Is wig dude gonna die unless I catch every single monkey?
Okay,
Oh
self-destruct
no!
sequence
Oh,
What
not
did you
wig
do to
dude.
Wig Dude?
My, I haven't felt so good about myself in years. I'm so glad that I met you. Kay, Yumi, thank you. Goodbye.
Maddie, I regret to inform you that I continue to be out of cat treats up here.
Last few minutes together.
Poor Maddie.
Here's the thing. Here we go.
So what is this about you, an unfinished business with a bad Castlevania game?
Me?
Yeah.
Lament of Innocence.
Yeah. Why do you have unfinished business?
I mean, it's not on my backlog, but I think, did I borrow it?
You bought it. You owned it for a little while. I believe you bought it at that disc replay or whatever it was called in New Bern.
Man, I'm getting
Yeah.
all kinds of deuced.
There's a disc replay in New Bern.
Huh?
I don't think there's a disc replay
Well,
in New Bern.
it was a store kind of like that though.
And New Bern?
New Bern?
Yeah.
You're not talking about Avon?
Huh? Where?
Indiana?
Oh no. I mean, I have been through that area, yes, and been to disc replays. I just forgot what it was called. There's a store. There's a
whole lot of nothing in New Bern.
Yeah.
there was a store. I bought the disc that the demo disc that came with Brave Fencer Musashi. They were selling that standalone for a couple of bucks, which completed my copy of Brave Fencer Musashi. There was a little store that had like used like movies and CDs and electronics and some games there that we went to once. And I think Drum bought Lament of Innocence when we were there.
I think I remember, but I don't remember the name of it. But I do remember what you're talking about now. I think I bought a manual-less copy of Tales of the Abyss for like $5 or something, and never played it.
I don't remember none.
I borrowed that copy of Tales of the Abyss and put it in the video.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Nice.
So got some use. I mean, the game I have unfinished business with is the sequel to that, Curse of Darkness.
We could brew up some gross gumbo someday. Those two.
I mean, I really want to play that because it's obviously
Aw. The holy water tricked you.
the Castlevania animated series draws quite a bit from Curse of Darkness.
Yeah.
That's
Curse of Darkness, the modern one?
no,
that's
that's Lords of Shadow 2.
Oh my god. I can't keep track of all these Castlevania names.
Well, the Lords of Shadow games are very much their own continuity.
Yeah.
Oh.
It just almost all the titles are literally something of something.
Pretty
they
much.
kind of all blend together in my mind as someone who hasn't played but a couple of them. Maggie.
Ugh.
It's like playing with a door frame.
But
Silly girl.
yeah, I want to play it mostly because the animated series re-piqued my interest in it. But I mean, I gave that game 2 good tries and like I was just like sick of it by the second level and never finished the second level either time. And both times I forgot why I didn't enjoy it.
Oh, no.
And then I played it again. I'm like, oh yeah. So I'm anticipating having a similar reaction, but I still feel like the next time I'm going to finish it for real.
I don't know.
I've owned it 3 times. The first time I bought a used copy at probably EB or GameStop, and was like, oh, I don't know. And then the second time I got rid of it, And the second time, Xavier like got really into it.
Jeez.
Jeez.
Xavier got into it and beat it and gave me his copy. I tried again. I'm like, nope. Sold it again. And then sometime I saw the Xbox version. I'm like, okay, I'll get it again.
See, if you got it again, you could just keep it because you don't have to worry about your backlog.
I mean, you know I will. But I think I'm going, no matter how much I don't like it, I think I'm going to try to finish. I mean, the opening level music is awesome in it. And likewise with Lament of Innocence, I mean, you know, all the music is good in these games. But, I mean, I would say your motivation for getting through Lament of Innocence is that the final area music is, I think, one of the best Castlevania tunes, period.
Oh.
It's very good. It's very good.
Oh, is Sephi a big Curse of Darkness fan, or are you just taunting Try?
I mean, I do not think I have poor taste in Castlevanias.
What is Try's favorite Castlevania?
I mean, it's tough. That's a tough one to come up with. I feel like when I play through my Famicom copy of Castlevania 3, I think that will likely be my favorite. But like 3 is definitely up there, but it's hard to give it the go ahead with as difficult as it is toward the end of the American version. But 4 is up there, 1 is up there, Rondo is up there.
It's like every classic Castlevania is up there.
Oh, they're all up there.
He didn't mention Simon's Quest, Drum.
I mean, I like Simon's Quest, but it is definitely much lower on the list.
Or Simon's Quest.
Ape Escape 3.
Worst Castlevania?
The Words of Shadow, right?
I mean, it's so hard to compare it, really. I mean, Lords of Shadow is
Because you type Manny.
Like, I thought it was a better God of War game than God of War 3 was. Not necessarily a good Castlevania game, but I liked it for what it was. I mean, you know, at the time it was a very visually interesting looking game. I don't know if its graphics would hold up all that well, but at the time it was, you know, kind of neat looking, I thought. Had a lot of interesting levels. But there were definitely things I didn't like about, you know, the story. I didn't think was that good. You know, they had what's his face?
Leon?
No, they what's Picard? I'm drawing a blank on the actor's name.
Patrick Stewart?
Patrick Stewart. Like, he's in it, and he's a character, and he narrates sort of this story in between every level. Like, as the level loads, he like narrates the story and like kind of gives some insight into Gabriel Belmont's sort of inner struggles and turmoil between the levels. And I really hate how those intermissions are written. So he's really wasted in the game.
Oh, I was gonna say you got my interest with Patrick Stewart, but if it's poorly written,
I mean, it's just like it's really annoying because like it felt like they were trying to write Gabriel Belmont is like incredibly tormented and angry inside. And like, you know, he was a man in one heck of a rough situation. And I felt like, you know, in the normal cutscenes in the game, I felt like he was doing the darn best anyone could have been doing, you know? And then, you know, but then in between the levels, Patrick Stewart's just like the rage continued to boil and roil inside him. Or, you know, I mean, it's not exactly that, but you know, like it felt like it was out of tune with what was going on. I don't know, but
These fishmen are insane in this level.
Ugh.
so let's see if Little Big Planet 2 ever finished updating.
Wait, why are you updating that?
Updating everything.
Oh,
You heard about the PS3 news, I assume.
yeah, you messaged us.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was the group chat.
It didn't even occur to me that I should be updating all my
Well-
PS3 games.
Well, I mean, we don't. I mean, for one, I mean, you know, I don't think the news is 100% confirmed, but people seem to be treating it as, you know, this seems very likely. And
Yeah.
you know, whether it's true or not, I've been meaning to make sure all of my PS3 games are patched. It just seems like a good motivator for me to get around to doing it. So I'm like 2/3 done with the collection, but there's only been a couple of games that took really long time to patch. I mean, the internet is just so freaking slow on the PS3.
Yeah. Man.
So I mean, the patches are not that big in file size, but
They're slow,
like,
yeah.
God of War Ascension,
Awesome.
Little Big Planet 2. Those were the only ones that took like an exceptionally long time. Infamous 2 took a little while, but not like crazy long. But
Oh.
up next is absolutely 100% for sure the version of this game that I would even bother to be playing if I were to replay this series, and by which I'm being very sarcastic, I would not.
What series?
A series that is soon to get remasters on last gen and current gen systems.
Oh, okay. That doesn't really narrow it down.
Well, if you're watching my stream, you will see. And look, check that out. It's the latest version. I don't know if I've ever put. I might have put this in my. I probably put this in my system sometime. So maybe it had. I don't know if this. I mean, of course, this is the trilogy collection. So these might have all the patches on the disc anyway. But I'm checking everyone regardless.
Seffi, I think people keep adding PSP because they're talking about PSP games going off of PSN shop, not that the PSP store is going down.
Right, because you can still buy them on a PlayStation 3 and install them to a PSP from there, right?
Can you?
I think so.
Oh. I mean, I know you can buy them from the PS3 store. I don't really know how you install them.
Well, you download them to the PS3 and then you do something with the item that is downloaded in your game tab.
I guess if you have a Vita, you could also just download it to that and play it there.
Ah!
Are digital PSP games only playable on PSP and Vita? Or can you actually play them on the PS3?
There is
You can play them on PSTV sometimes.
Oh.
Rarely.
There is an update for Mass Effect 2, even in the trilogy set.
Oh.
I wonder, like, how broken the Mass Effect DLC is going to be, because like that stuff was like made me pull my hair out trying to, especially when I was playing the series on PC at first. Like at some point they merged BioWare accounts and EA accounts, and it totally screwed up my DLC access.
Oh.
Like I actually called EA and I think got it straightened out somehow, but it like I remember just like spending like an entire evening trying to figure this out. It was really annoying.
Man, calling EA sounds like a thing you never want to have.
No. You know what's weird though? I mean, like EA in like this generation and the PS3 generation was, I mean, whether you like EA or not, like they were publishing a lot of games I wanted to play. You know, Mass Effect, Dragon Age, Dead Space, several other things. And like then in this past generation, like EA has released like basically nothing that I care about. Like Dragon Age Inquisition, although that was, cross-gen. Like it's been a bad generation for EA and BioWare by my reckoning anyway. Although, I got like a $5 copy of Mass Effect Andromeda recently, and I popped it in just to check it out. I mean, the opening had me intrigued enough.
It's probably fine.
It's probably fine.
It's probably just people's expectations were so overblown.
Yeah.
It was just like, "Rawr, this is terrible."
You've got this like jet booster on your character and you could jump like really high. It's kind of cool. I just messed around in the first area. You can walk around though. I didn't really do much of anything in it, but I'm kind of intrigued to give it a go.
Yeah, for $5, can't be. Well, I don't know where I was going with that thought.
Well, I would think you would be able to, Marky. It's not like it's going to be connecting online to make sure you got the correct version or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think people talk a lot about like, from PS3 onwards, game discs are just coasters. They're going to be useless, unless you can patch them. But like the reality is, I don't think as many games are as bad off the disc as people make them out to be, honestly.
There was a lot of really important day one patches for a while there, but I feel like that has tapered off.
I think the craziest thing is that Final Fantasy VII Remake didn't get a patch for it was version 1.0 for like 6 months.
Really?
Yeah, like that's kind of commendable, I think.
Jump backwards?
Yeah.
I know you could do that. Hey, did you get past that awful fish part?
I did.
Oh, Mass Effect 3 has a patch. But like, we don't know if patching will go down when the store goes down. I mean, considering you can, Sony, obviously, I think the PS3 is, even though, there's not a lot of games to play. I think in some ways the PS3 launch has been better than people were expecting in some ways, because Sony was playing things so close to the chest, keeping things so quiet for so long that, like I was just, I know I was really skeptical for a long time of, like, where are they really going with this? But, the system's off to a good start. But a lot of I'm really worried. I think, what's his name? Jim Ryan, I think, is the current head of PlayStation. And I do not trust him at all. Like,
you mean you don't like the guy that's like retro games? These look like garbage.
That guy. Yeah. Like years ago, like before he was head of PlayStation, apparently, like, it was just like it was looking like an old version of Gran Turismo, and was like, why would people want to play this on their system when they can play the new one? Like, you know,
I mean, Gran
Turismo, I can
that more
understand
than
that.
most series.
Yes, but I think that was an example he was using. But like he clearly has no interest in the old games and the past and stuff. And I'm sure he's the kind of guy that just looks at the business data and he's like, well, the PlayStation Classic was a failure, so clearly people don't want these retro games, and it clearly had nothing to do with a subpar game selection that was running PAL versions on, a crappy emulator.
Who thought of that?
Yeah, I'm sure the actual reasons for it not doing well have nothing to do with how he's looking at the situation. So I don't think he has a lot of interest or incentive in, supporting the past. So it's, who knows? Like maybe you just walked in there.
I sure did.
So I don't know. Maybe Sony will actually outpace Nintendo, and you won't be able to re-download your games, and you won't be able to download patches. I would. Do you know if you can still do the workaround for like fixing your Twilight Princess save file on the Wii version? Like if you get stuck in Twilight Princess?
I've never heard of this.
Oh really? It was pretty high profile. If you save your game at a certain point, like I want to say it's like before the last or second to last dungeon in the game, there's like a point in time where you're in this you're kind of in this little pit with like this this researcher guy that has glasses or something, and if you save your game at that point in time and then come back, then he's either not there or like the event trigger doesn't work right, or some event trigger does not work right if you save your game in this certain brief spot and then leave and quit. And they made some sort of fix for it. Like if it happened to your save, you could. I don't know if the game was actually patched. I forget if patching is it all a thing on Wii games?
I have no idea.
It might be. They I think they released like a tool on like the shop channel that you could like actually download that would like fix your Twilight Princess save.
Huh.
You mean Skyward Sword?
No.
Was it Skyward Sword? I'm pretty sure it was Twilight Princess, but maybe both. I'm pretty sure it was Twilight Princess, though. But it might be both. Not that it matters because, I'm unlikely to play the Wii version of both of those, all the way through again.
The only major patching experience I had with my Wii games was there was a Harvest Moon game where somehow when they localized it, they introduced a bug where it was actually impossible to marry one of the bachelors because one of his required events froze. When you tried to activate it, like it just totally froze the game. And what they did to fix it is they had people actually physically send in their discs to them. And I don't know if they sent you a disc with the patch on it or if they put the patch on the disc or what, but they sent you a disc.
No, Frankie! No, Frankie!
How much harder is the hard loop? I don't really remember, to be honest.
It's significantly harder, it turns out.
Yep, it was Tree of Tranquility. I'm surprised somebody in chat knows what I'm talking about. I'm assuming they replaced your unpatched disc with a patched disc, and I assume that you can't just write to a disc
No.
like that. Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, was that a problem even in the release window of King's Quest
No,
VII? Like, my impression was that game breaking bug was not a bug until you tried to play it on like a more modern computer where the processor was way faster than they ever anticipated, or the CPU or whatever, however that works.
Yeah, I forgot that the big patch for Metal Gear Solid 4 added trophies. But the feature I did remember that added, which I've never updated the disc to this version, but you can do a full install instead of having to install in pieces between every chapter.
that was a thing?
That's
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah. I mean, the hard drives that the system shipped with were, not extravagant. And games generally did not require installs, but Metal Gear Solid 4 did need installs. So it actually removed and installed new data between every chapter.
Jeez.
But at some point, some years down the line, I believe, they added a feature that lets you do a full install.
But why did they do it that way in the first place?
Because Kojima is always going to do use weird features of the system if it's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the game needed to be presented the way that Kojima wanted it needed to be installed. And it was probably determined that the entire game data would be too much of an install.
I see.
Yeah.
But then, as hard drives got bigger, they gave you they made a version 2.0 that let you do the whole thing. But I haven't played Metal Gear Solid 4 in a very long time. I played through it twice, but it was my first PS3 game. It's the one that came with the system. I know that on my TV the PS3 is set to widescreen, but I'm looking at it in 4:3 on the OBS window, and even though I had that HD CRT when I got my PS3, so I
No!
I don't have nostalgia particularly for the 4:3 playing it on a standard def CRT experience. Like my fat PS3 is upstairs, and I do have it set up to where I can run it composite to it's set up to I can easily output composite to a standard def CRT if I want to. And I don't know what it is, but I get feelings of some kind when I see a PS3 menu in 4:3 on a CRT. It gives me some kind of warm feelings inside.
Good.
That's weird.
like all of the menu items are kind of larger and chunkier than they are when you have it connected in HD. It's just it feels like this window into an alternate reality where I got my PS3 before I had an HD TV, and it kind of makes me. I know that it was always this thing where the text is so small you can't even read it, but it kind of makes me feel like I missed part of some kind of experience not playing PS3 in standard def, and I feel nostalgic for an experience that I did not have.
Yeah, I was gonna say, beat the hard loop before we stop, but I don't know now.
Mm,
These fishmen won't get out of my butt.
sounds uncomfortable.
They just shoot right on up in there.
Lovely.
I mean, I take it they spawn more than in normal mode.
They seem to spawn under every candle. Except for that one.
Oh, they spawn directly under the candles? I never
I
noticed
don't know
that.
if that's normal and the norm. No, don't jump there. God darn.
Oh.
You remember when I got my PS3 and I streamed? I I streamed Metal Gear Solid 4 that whole weekend without a microphone on.
Yeah.
Cause like, you know, these were early streaming days and I didn't know what people were going to want to watch. Like I thought, well, first of all, I don't want to be distracted by streaming when, you know, I'm trying to, you know, enjoy this game and understand a complicated Kojima story. You know, so I don't want to be distracted by looking at the chat or talking to people. So I don't want a microphone on. And I thought, well, and people probably want to watch this for the story too. They don't want to listen to me talking. And like I thought that people were going to want to watch like story-driven games. Like I didn't think people were going to want to watch retro games and like see the same levels over and over and over again.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of people out there watching all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I find that when, I mean, and obviously, you know, there's people that are very good at streaming RPGs. That's not us, you know? It's just, you know, everyone's better at streaming certain types of games, I guess, and certain audiences like certain things. But, you know, for us, retro tends to work a little better on the whole.
Yeah.
But, you know, I generally, when I watched friends play games as, you know, a kid and a teenager, I would say I was generally interested in, you know, seeing like what happens, you know. If it was more of an action game, then I'd rather be playing it myself than watching, you know. That was just what I thought people were going to want to watch. But, you know, early streaming days, who knew?
Yeah. Thanks for the follow, FJ Link.
I hope you didn't follow for more PS3 loading menus because I don't know how often we're going to get back to that.
Maybe just full screen drum.
At this point,
Yeah.
Marcus, that reminds me of a comment that someone left on the room tour, the setup tour videos that me and Corey made. Like they're pretty old at this point. We're gonna make some updates on them this year. Our studio and room tour videos that we did in like 2015, maybe even 2014. I can't remember how old they are. Probably 2015. They're pretty old though. Someone left a comment on there saying I feel bad for you guys that you have to keep playing all these old games since they don't make new ones anymore.
What? How does that make sense?
was that a joke? Or?
Yeah, I mean they're being sarcastic, you know, acting like you know, they're being sarcastic and saying that like basically it's just they're just saying like why on earth are you playing these old games? Like, you know, you do know you could buy new games, right?
I mean, look how much fun I'm having.
Well, I did leave a snarky reply. You know, I said, yeah, I know all these old games like just started sucking one day in 2007. Like, I'm sick of this old crap. And I said, but one company did make a new game, and it was Contra Rogue Core, and it came out in 2019, and it is awesome. It's so much better than all those terrible Contra games on NES and Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, but I'm kind of worried that it might start to suck in 2023. My snark doesn't make sense. Well, the comment didn't make a lot of sense to begin with, so.
I thought his Stark made sense. I understood.
There's a fishman chasing me.
You know, a similar comment that we'll get every once in a while is, pretend that PS4 is still current generation. And they'll say, well, if you guys care about graphics so much, why don't you just get a PS4? And it's like, okay, first of all, I have a PS4.
God, that one fishman every time. Every time.
First of all, I have a PS4. Second of all, video quality and graphics do not equal the same thing.
Yeah.
Good graphics to me are when the hardware that the game is running on is used well. That always impresses me, no matter how old the game is. Like Mega Man 6, Ninja Gaiden 3, Kirby's Adventure. Like those games are going to impress the socks off of me on NES. Because they are impressive on NES. Just like I'm very impressed by Dragon Quest XI on the Switch, but you put a version of the Switch version that is still like technically higher resolution and higher frame rate than the Switch version, but doesn't have as good a geometry and lighting and textures as the original version that came out on PS4. Like, I'm going to be less impressed with a version that is better than the Switch version on the PS4 because it doesn't do what I expect from the PS4. But on the Switch, I'm absolutely super impressed by it. It's a good fit for the hardware.
I think that's where we differ. I would, I might be like, I would agree with you, like, oh yeah, that's impressive. And then I would not actually be impressed personally at all. Like, sure, technically it's impressive, but I've seen this game better.
Well, I mean, it does get different and murky in like the more modern era, I guess. But I would never like play the Switch version of Doom Eternal, even though I hear it's like actually like a miracle of a port and extremely well optimized. But like, I would never play that version of Doom Eternal, but I guess it's a little different today. Bobby, you would agree with me when you see an effect on a vintage system that
when you're playing cubicle. Kickle Cube. Oh, yes, that game. And it gets all wavy, and you're like,
whoa, yeah. Or, you play Ninja Gaiden 3, and like that desert level has like a bazillion layers of parallax. There's like some NES games that have like some really crazy water effects. Have you ever tried James Bond Jr. on NES?
I think I have.
It seems kind of good. Question mark? It definitely has some weirdness to it, but it's got really cool looking water and it seems kind of good.
I mean, if the water's good, how bad could it be?
How bad could it be?
Title of my favorite unpublished emulate series.
Yeah.
How bad could it be?
Yeah. Still waiting.
Aha. No. All right. This is the final round of the night. Confirmed. Not the final life, final run.
Now here's a game that I will never ever ever play through on PS3, but I'm curious to test it out sometime. I got the PS3 version of Metal Gear Solid 5 at Goodwill one time because there's they just had like a ton of copies from it from like that like Target couldn't even sell on clearance.
Wait, they made a PS3 version of it?
Yeah. Yeah. And
Oh.
I'm not positive, but I think it might also be 60 frames per second.
What?
I'm not positive, but like that was the primary aim of the, what was it called? The Fox engine, I think. They spent like so much time building this engine and then like everything fell apart with Konami during the development of the game. And like all this time spent into building this engine was worthless. But that was definitely one of the main goals of the engine. I'm not sure if that actually happened with the last gen versions of the game, but yeah, there's a PS3 version of Metal Gear Solid 5. I do not particularly like Metal Gear Solid 5 though. I mean, it's pretty fun to play. Like the mechanics are good, but the structure of the game just is,
Nope. Hey. Knock it off.
whew, I was pretty nervous there. Metal Gear Survive, no. I've never played that, and I have really no interest in it. I mean,
Are you going to own it to complete your Metal Gear collection?
nah. I mean, I don't even own NES Metal Gear, to tell you the truth. I actually have Snake's Revenge though.
Well, if you had to buy one NES Metal Gear game, you picked the wrong.
I used to have Metal Gear NES. I plan to get it again. I just don't have it right now. But I mean, I'm never gonna own like physical copies of the MSX versions or anything because they're like expensive anyway. Not that I even have a way to play them. But but to me, like it is not a Metal Gear game if Kojima had nothing to do with it. I mean, yeah, there is like Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, which is amazing, but I mean, even though that's a Platinum Games game that Kojima did not direct, like it's still, I'm sure Kojima had something to do with it, and it's just an excellent off the rails game anyway. I mean, I don't have like Metal Gear Acid or Metal Gear Portable Ops. I used to have Portable Ops on PSP, and it was kind of like the last straw for me with the PSP, my original PSP.
Do you have Game Boy Color Metal Gear?
I don't. It's getting a little pricey. I mostly hear bad things about it, and then every once in a while I hear someone say it's pretty good, so I don't really know what to expect.
I've only heard good things about it.
Really? I mean, I kind of am expecting a. I'm kind of expecting a Resident Evil Gaiden situation where like everyone says it's bad, and it's actually kind of great.
I mean, I've seen a playthrough of it, and it looked good.
Well, if I have no idea what the price is at this point. Like, it was kind of getting in the $50-ish range last I knew. Oh, Steffi loves Ghost Babel. Well, if it's not gotten extraordinarily expensive, I should get it sometime. But like I don't really have any interest in Metal Gear Acid Portable Ops was like, it might be better if you played it on Vita, but it was really bad on PSP. I don't even know if there is a download version of Portable Ops, probably, but I don't know. Like the controls were just so bad on PSP though. Like I was kind of annoyed with the PSP at the time anyway. Like I felt like it just wasn't paying out to be the system I wanted it to be, and like I feel like the controls in that game just kind of like highlighted to me like the shortcomings that it had. Like it was trying to be this console experience, but it just couldn't be it with the buttons that it had. And I got rid of my PSP, and then like years later, the PSP kind of came into its own, and then Mamie gave me a PSP and a bunch of games, so it was actually a good time to get back into it. But so I have greatly enjoyed the PSP, in my second round of it that was brought on by Mamie, but I was kind of put out with it, and Portable Ops was what broke me. But I mean, like Metal Gear Survive, like I mean, with Kojima not even at Capcom when it was made, like I have no interest in a Metal Gear game that does not have Kojima's blessing, like just none at all. Of course, I guess Snake's Revenge doesn't, but
yeah,
for
you own it.
for forgiveness, there can be forgiveness to be had for. I
was kind of hoping the clock worked on the sides, but
for NES games, I think there can be forgiveness for NES. Love can bloom even on the NES. I mean, the main reason I got Metal Gear, I got Snake's Revenge was because it was a Tom Du Bois cover, and we did the documentary on him. That was the main reason I got it. Oh dang! Is Ghost Babel $100 now? Is that cart only? I have to imagine boxed would be a lot more.
Ghost Babel.
That's the Game
The
Boy,
Game Boy
Color.
Color.
Oh.
It's a lot for a Game Boy game,
Yeah.
even if it's in color.
When I saw you throw that cross, I thought there's no way that's going to reach him. I guess I don't have a solid idea of how far across the screen it goes.
Don't they go all the way?
Pretty much all the way, yeah. I guess so. Man, can you believe it takes this long for the PS3 to download a 356 megabyte patch? And that's only one of 4 that it has to download. I have no idea how big the others are. And it has to install each one individually. I was really confused why God of War Ascension had like so many patches that just took forever. And then I looked it up and I realized it was because it had a multiplayer mode. Like, who put a multiplayer mode in God of War? Like,
whoa!
What
happened?
What happened?
I don't have rewind enabled.
Did you bump your NES?
I must have.
Oh. Heck.
Well, I guess I'm not getting that achievement tonight.
Does it? You should check if hard loop is retained.
I don't think it is.
And I wasn't watching.
No hard loop.
Oh, because it starts like at a higher stage, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well,
Maybe you
yes.
can download a save state that's at the start of
Wait a
Hard Loop.
minute. Maddie, did you hit reset?
Maddie?
Did you want to eat dinner finally?
Did she do something, you think?
No.
Well, you know what's really funny? Yesterday, me and Sandy were driving home from my parents' house, and when I was pulling onto my street, the Bluetooth in my car started calling my dad. And at first I thought like he was calling me, but then the phone was ringing. And I looked down at my phone, which was sitting in my cup holder, and Sandy's paw was on the phone screen. And I just burst out laughing, and my dad picked up the phone. And I'm like, Sandy just called you. I know, it was funny, Sandy.
Was it funny, Sandy?
I mean, like that is a it's got to have been like at least like 3 hits on the screen in some fashion that she had to have done to have gotten to call my dad. And I'm glad it was my dad of all people.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's gonna do it.
I guess that'll do it.
Yep.
Tune in next Monday for some more PS3 updating gumbo. No, just kidding. I don't know what we're gonna do next week.
Oh, well, I got some ideas, but we'll talk about it off stream here.
Yeah.
Until then,
Like immediately off stream, or
I want
I wasn't sure what your intent was.
we could do that.
We could.
Whisper, whisper.
All right. Well, until next time, good night, Backloggery.
Good night. Stick around if you want to be part of the raid.